Ni nini?
Nitie mina par mo ale songa manende keti mose ngikotegi kane ionge mina par isicho ni mali kozene tu wanaume tungoje na mama kumi ambao walialika
Kali ke tonati.
Marialo, viene cabo.
Ile jenda kiremu na kaenda bongo enye kage bed
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to take this opportunity to welcome you all to this that we have organized to be able to discuss together the future of our county. But I want to thank you also for having taken your time to be here. I know this is a Friday afternoon and ordinarily you'd be doing some other things. But sparing your time to come and be here with us is something really I do appreciate. But come to think of it, really is not too much of a sacrifice because you're all sons and daughters of this beautiful county of Siaya. And therefore you are here because this is your home. So please feel very, very much welcome. We have been able to put this platform together so that we can be able to collectively look at our Cidp, discuss it, critique it positively, value add it so that we can be able to have a document that can provide a pathway on how we can be able to develop our country. So let me once again take this opportunity to welcome each and everyone. Please feel at home. This is your home. Our office in Nairobi, call it Siaya in the Diaspora. So please feel welcome here. You have the program with you. and because of the nature of the business this afternoon, we don't have a lot of time. But you've got very important issue that we must be able to address as a people of Siaya. And therefore, to set us rolling, I'm going to ask Madam Grace Ongile to come and provide the way forward by giving us also the objectives of why we are here. Dr. Grace, please.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon again. We are lucky it's not raining today, so I hope it stays so till the evening. You're all welcome, as my colleague has said. Mine is to set the stage by asking ourselves, what are we going to do this afternoon, in the next 3 hours? Our objectives are very clear, and our outcomes are also extremely clear, but just from the onset, we want to hear more from you than us talking to you, because we want to have the value addition on the document and see what we are doing right, whether we are on track, whether we are really following the path that meets our objectives. So we are very, very grateful that you got time to come, and we'll be very fast, particularly in the first few speakers, so that we have more than half the time to hear your views, because this is a very important opportunity, and we look forward to more opportunities like this one. So very briefly, what are the objectives of this important validation meeting in Nairobi? We have to present the CIDP, the draft CID document, to all of you as professionals coming from Siaya. That is our mother. Could we say that is our father also? People talk about mothers. We all come from there. We have that commonality that we have to see change. So by using and presenting this document to you, we want to see if we can validate it positively, tell us exactly, honestly, with a lot of enthusiasm that you've shown us, that we are moving somewhere with this document for the next 5 years. So that validation is important. I think one of the speakers will go through that. And in terms of just specific objectives, to provide feedback and also relevance, are we getting the context of Siaya right? Are we taking the lessons of the previous CIDPs and using them positively to say, where did we not get it right? What can we do together as a team or residents of Siaya to get issues right? We all know where we come from. There's a lot of work, and we all have to support the governor to realize our goals. We also need to improve the quality of the people of Siaya by having this type of participation. I think it was yesterday that the same document was subjected to stakeholder participation so that there's ownership of the document. So all our views are important, please. Don't feel shy to speak and tell us exactly what you think and areas where we can redirect our actions to make it more valuable. And lastly, the whole issue of partnership building. I think it's very important to know ourselves, to network, to know our skills. Because as we were compiling the list, I said, oh my God, we are so learned. Engineers, doctors, journalists, name it. Professors, and I was like, my God, we come from this place. And how do we connect what we see in Siaya with our skills, our education, our experience? It is time. It is time now to roll our sleeves and show that our skills can be impactful at the lowest level, and that is at our county. So we will eventually try to come up with a framework for building these partnerships, and also having this framework of strategic meetings like this particular one. So very briefly again about the expected outcomes that I've talked about. A common understanding and agreed understanding on the CIDP that will guide us for the next 5 years. We want to really look and listen. It has to be, we have to listen and take your views because we need that feedback. Sometimes we've looked at the document for so many months, we might not see 1 or 2 issues, but with your special lens and eyes, we'll be able to now come up from this meeting knowing that we have a robust document that is owned by the people of Siaya. And to also establish this database, I talked about networking, partnership building at our own level, but also among the professionals and also between these professionals and the diaspora. I think we have a link. The whole process is being televised live on YouTube and Facebook. And there's a lot of enthusiasm from our brothers and sisters who are not here with us. So we need to clearly understand our mandate. Are we on track with our mandate, our vision, the governor's manifesto? Are all these issues aligned? So that we are clear in our mind that this document will be a tool for selling Siaya, not only within the country, but also outside when we reflect on even investment issues. Now, when I was quickly reflecting on key issues that we've talked again a lot during our boardroom meetings, and I can see our colleagues who have really put in a lot of effort to come up with this, but it's been very participatory, is that our governor's manifesto is very clear, Nyalore manifesto, and we joke about Timore because it's now ongoing. So it is Nyalore, but we have gone ahead to Timore. Is it Timre or Timore? I think the Lego people would say Tumore, the Ugenya people, Sakwa people would say Timore, you know. But, you know, we are moving on. We are not wasting time. And it is very important to have this manifesto that is clearly written and is all over our websites and clear about the vision of the governor. That's very critical. In this document, we've tried as much as possible to align the manifesto with the policy frameworks, including Vision 2030, the medium-term plan, and relevant policy frameworks so that we are within the context of the country. Looking also at the regional issues, very, very important given the location also of our county that we are next to Uganda, we are next to Tanzania, but also amongst our counties, we border some very good counties that we can also do work with or even trade with. And more importantly also is the whole issue of the African Union. I can see my sister smiling. You're here to help us too. The Agenda 2063, the aspirations we have in the continent, the whole issue of the African Continental Free Trade Area, the whole issue of the comprehensive African Agricultural Development Program, all these frameworks that we have committed ourselves to as a country. At times, for some of us who have worked at the AU level, it becomes very embarrassing when we have signed documents, but at the highest level, there are no tangible results, maybe because the monitoring and framework issues were not in place. And how does this now cascade back to the county, the national and then the county? If we say the Africa we want, what is the Siaya we want? What are our aspirations? What is our vision? Do we want to go there and be feeling happy that this is where I come from, even if we have visitors from all over the world? Let us hold hands together and see that whatever is signed there and within the country, we ensure that it is trickling down to the people we represent. And the people we represent, we want to see the impact in terms of changes of their livelihood. The women, the men, the youth, the farmers, the land issues, the health factors, all these issues, we've looked at these in our document. And it's really, really key that there's harmonization. Permit me again, I know I have like 3 minutes to go. that the monitoring and evaluation perspective that the document talks about is critical, because we really need to not assess ourselves in an ad hoc manner. You know, when you are assessing yourself, you must have targets. So you may be praising yourself, but maybe, you know, against what? So it's very important that in the M&E framework, we look at the clarity of program objectives, we look at the inputs, the outputs, the expected outcome, and the impact, particularly on service delivery. So that logical framework ought to really be clear in our minds, that anybody talking to you as a resident of Siaya or somebody who comes from there saying, this is what we are doing regarding input, this is what we are doing regarding output, this is what we are doing regarding outcome, and these are the following impacts that we are expecting, the change. Are we expecting change? And really, I repeat that when we are assessing ourselves, it's very important that we are clear about targets, so that you are assessing yourself not in an ad hoc manner. In Luo, we have something called pack walk. It is not pack walk. It's not pack walk. Because when you are doing pack walk, you can say you are the brother of so-and-so, the sister of so-and-so, you know. But here, I'm using this because I think in our culture, Luo culture, we have a lot of pack walk. Am I right? And this and that, and then you do the non-ro bit. Please forgive me for those who are not understanding Luo. But I'm emphasizing the point that we need to have correct targets, and these targets and indicators will help us now in trying to monitor, track our progress. Where is it that we are not going right? Where is it that we need to pull our socks? And this is critical, such that even when we are doing the midterm evaluation or yearly evaluation of the Cidp, we are strategically and professionally looking at the targets we set. And of course, the issues of budget. Are our budgetary processes realistic, or are we thinking of starting very big and yet leaving the small issues that we can do very quickly? I think that's very critical. The whole issue of resource mobilization and attracting investors, it is key. We cannot just keep on waiting for the amounts from the exchequer. We can do a lot. We are blessed with beautiful land, natural resources, human resources, and also generating our own revenue, particularly on-source revenue. There's partnership building, there's the public-private partnership, and the diaspora engagement. We are so delighted that our brothers and sisters in the diaspora, now out of the country, are also very keen and listening to what we are discussing, because they can also help us network where we can't reach and come up with programs. So I must also say, in my almost concluding brief statement, that we are also very lucky that the governor established a task force on systems audit and governance reforms. This was led by Edward Ouko, who could not have been here, out of the country, but I've seen some of the members. Bella is here. I think Elizabeth should be coming, and also Jared is here. This is a golden opportunity because we have the results. It was a professionally done assignment, and really our aim is to see that this Cidp integrates what the recommendations of this report talked about. This is key, because if we don't come out clearly on what was found, then we would have lost an opportunity, because our recommendations go beyond 2027. We are dreaming of an eco-city. We are dreaming of a different Siaya beyond 2027. And if we talked of Agenda 2063, if we talked about Agenda 2063, there is nothing that hinders us from projecting our ideas long term, so that as the Cidp is guiding us, but we are already dreaming, we have a vision. What would you like to see in the next 20 to 30 years? I think that's very, very critical. So it would be very important that we really ensure that there's the integration of our recommendations into the CIDP. And lastly, the theme that we have on our document is economic transformation for shared growth. So we want to ask our brothers and sister professionals who are here, is our CIDP clear, sharp, and focused? That is very important. Are we on the right path for service delivery? Where are the gaps? In fact, Dr. Saoke, I think, identified one gap that might not be coming out very strongly, something to do with harnessing the youth potential in terms of, I don't know whether it's sports, but music, but just making it a bit more stronger, because this is enhancement of the demographic dividends. Issues are changing. We have many young people who have gone to school and may not have something to do. How can we ensure that they're also with us in terms of really joining? I can see a number of young faces, and I'm very delighted because they're the leaders of tomorrow. So are these issues coming up strongly in a very, very convincing manner? So when we talk of impact, we cannot forget our mothers and fathers who are down there toiling and are in poverty. That is actually the basis for all the work that we are doing, that we are supporting the governor in terms of impact through service delivery. And finally, what about ownership? We want to own this document. We have to trust each other. We must hold hands. We must be totally honest and committed to the implementation. You know, these issues, we talk about them, but they are very, very, very important. It's like that before you say something, you say, am I saying the right thing? Am I honest with what I'm saying? Am I committed to the county of Siaya? How can we ensure that the governor is doing all his best with us behind in terms of implementation? So these issues are very, very critical, and I thought, particularly for the last one, it's extremely important that we must see ourselves in the document. That's what we mean by ownership. And we must be committed and trusting and hold hands. We will be accessible for ideas. I think we have, the governor set the stage by being accessible. We have our beautiful office here. We welcome ideas, and that is the only way that we can achieve the implementation and also the theme of our document in terms of having strong impact that is measurable and time-bound. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Grace. She talked about we're dreaming of a different Siaya. Siaya in which when young men and women come out of college, come out of some training, they can be assured of a job. And that cannot happen without your participation. And that is why you are here. So we are in this journey together, and everybody must be able to play their role. We must have timelines that we can be able to use to assess our progress. Allow me to recognize the presence of our Senator, Dr. Oburu. Mheshimiwa, feel very much welcome. Dr. also did talk about that, Dr. Grace, about a county that has got engineers, doctors, lawyers, journalists, all of them are here. But she forgot one very important thing. There's also a county that has produced the first Chief of Defense Forces. Yes. General Gola, in our region. But also, allow me to add, but also the county that has produced the first ever government spokesperson. Thank you very much for that. Our Nyalre manifesto is not really ongoing. It is actually happening. Allow me one minute, Governor, to say why it is happening. When the Nyalre government took over, we had only 10 tractors that were functioning, that were serviceable. Now, quick arithmetic will talk about, 10 tractors in 10 years. That's an average of 1 tractor per year. Now, within 7 months, we've been able to add another 7 tractors. So we have 17 tractors. So if you look at the amount of time that this government has been in office and having added 7 tractors, we're talking about 1 tractor per month. But that is because agriculture is the anchor of development within the Nyalore Manifesto. Now, allow me very quickly, because I know it is not our day, it's actually your day, to invite the County Secretary to make a few remarks before we invite His Excellency.
Thank you, Chief of Staff, to the Governor, to our Senator, Dr. Buru, to our First Lady, to professionals from Siaya who are in the session, professors, consultants, and I also know we have many PhDs in our midst, and also to everybody from the diaspora who has come to attend this meeting, and distinguished participants, good afternoon. Yeah, I'm also pleased to be part of this session, and it's very difficult to speak after the level of eloquence exhibited by Grace, but I will try to be there. I also want to recognize the members of the County Executive Committee. Governor, I want to request you that you will introduce them at your time, because that is your cabinet. Although the program says that I'll make inaugural remarks, really I cannot make inaugural remarks where Governor is going to make opening remarks in the meeting. So mine is simple. I want to take this opportunity to welcome all of you to this important function for the county government of Siaya, which has been realized from the initiative of none other than the governor. For me, I have served in the county government for a couple of years in the previous regime. This is an opportunity for the first of this kind, and we appreciate this initiative so much, my governor. I don't want to overemphasize the objective of the meeting of today, as has been outlined by our able economic advisor, but only to add that it is a great opportunity for the people of Siaya to have input in the development plans for their county, regardless of whether they live in Siaya or they live away from Siaya. And it was a considered opinion that we have a number of our professionals based in Nairobi, and so that informed the decision to have this engagement. And we are looking forward to the valuable input that we will get from the participants today. I therefore want to appeal to all of us to use this occasion not as an eventful occasion, but as an opportunity to develop a relationship with the county government of Siaya, a relationship that will last for long, a relationship and engagement that should continue as we continue to drive the agenda of development in Siaya County. Because Siaya belongs to all of us, whether we live there or not, our people live there, and we also go there from time to time, regardless of where we live to earn our living. I also want to take the opportunity to assure all of you that our offices, led by the governor's office, the county secretary's office, and all the departments whose heads are here and will be introduced in the course of the session, we will remain open to suggestions and input from the public, and more so from professionals like the people we have in this meeting, so that we can move the development agenda of Siaya County forward and together. So with those few remarks, I want to thank you all again for taking your time. We know people are busy, and for you to be here, and we can see the attendance is approaching 100% of the expectation. For you to come, we don't take it for granted. We know you value your county. We know you respect the governor who invited you for this, and we are open for discussions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, the County Secretary, for those remarks. At this point, allow me to invite the Chief Executive Committee member, Finance and Economic Planning. Mr. Ben, come and make a few remarks.
Thank you very much. The Governor, the First Lady, the Senator of Siaya, members of the Executive Committee, members of the County Assembly, Chief Officers, Directors, distinguished guests from Siaya, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's our pleasure to host you here. The third generation CIDP has been formulated with input from the Nyalore Manifesto, the MTEF, the Medium Term Expenditure Framework 4, the OUCO Task Force, and indeed one of the things which we've done is to also align with the bottom-up economic transformation agenda of the current government. As has been elucidated, we have also aligned with the UN SDGs, the AU 2063 agenda. Heavily, this particular CIDP is anchored on agriculture. So it is anchored on what you'd call the agricultural development-led initiatives. There are certain countries that have been able to achieve that. Countries such as Ethiopia have moved from a famine and food insecure entity to one that is doing pretty well in terms of their success. Of course, we all know the story of Mauritius, which has been able to shift towards manufacturing, but started off heavily in agriculture. So what are some of the highlights and the flagships that we look forward to achieving? One is the eco-city that we envision, and we have put it in the manifesto. This can be compared to Sentul City, which was developed as a green city, and so we want to benchmark against that. Another one is that we have looked at the value chains which will be developed, and it is not just limited to an aggregation. We have developed at least one agricultural product per sub-county. So take the example of Rarieda or Ugenya, where we hope to focus on cotton. We want to ensure that the full value chain is exploited, and we'll really benchmark against Bangladesh, which has excelled with ready-made garments. We as a people, I'm sure for those of you who are splendidly dressed in African regalia, most likely your tailor is somebody from Siaya. We also want to shift the economic structure from an agrarian, subsistence, raid-fed agriculture to more mechanized, large-scale agribusiness and agro-processing. That we want to look at how we will be able to achieve comparative and competitive advantage. We want to ensure that we enhance the enterprises and manufacturing so that we can increase the income at the household level. Indeed, if you look at the statistics today, Siaya continues to do poorly when you evaluate the critical indicators as elucidated in the Kenya Demographic and Human Survey or the KNBS statistics. We want to thank the partners who are with us. We have got the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office here, ACT Kenya, we have Path International, and we have AMREF who have supported us, and they have all committed that they will partner with us to develop the 10-year sectoral plans. And so starting next year, we will be working towards ensuring that we have alignment by developing the 10-year sectoral plans. Let me now turn my focus to other issues. One, the task force, the OUCO task force raised a couple of issues, valid ones, I must say. If you walk through Siaya and you approximate the amount of equitable share that may have been received over the last 10 years, if we approximate it at about 60 million, chances of you identifying the 60 million may may be pretty hard. Now, what does that mean? Our current audit report 2021-2022 is adverse. The auditor has given an opinion that is adverse. However, with the Nyalore government in place, we look forward that in the next 2 to 3 years, we'll be able to shift that and move it from adverse to an unqualified opinion. You can hold us accountable to that. Finally, Proverbs chapter 1, verse 5 has this to say, "Let the wise listen and add to their learning, and let the discerning get guidance." So we are gathered here today. I do not want to speak much. We want to listen to you that we may learn and that we may be able to get guidance to make this CIDP product an excellent product to change the fortunes of the people of Siaya. In conclusion, this is the final one. As a Luo, you must pakore. My name is Ben Omolo. I come from Game in Yala, where we have more professors from the same clan with former CS Magoha. Thank you very much. In those areas, how you are greeted is Inwodinga. Whose son are you? Toniso Mokure. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Waziri. Of course, like they say in game, if you throw a stone like this, it is likely to hit the head of who? A professor. Yeah, we are moving on. If you look at the program, you're supposed to be now at the point where we are development partners are making remarks. Allow me to acknowledge them. We would like to acknowledge and appreciate the support that has been given by ACT Kenya through the Office of the Foreign Commonwealth and Development, FIDO. Mr. Michael Juma, feel welcome. I know the other partners are not here, so we'll skip that for now until they all come here. So at this point, allow me, with a lot of respect, to invite His Excellency, the Governor, to make some remarks. Karibu, Governor.
Thank you. Although the game people say that if you throw a stone, you are likely to hit a professor. The other point to note is that in that part of the world, probably they value professors more than politicians. So we got something to do. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Buroginga, members of the Siaya Executive, the members of the County Assembly who are here, and all our invited guests. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you here. And here we come to listen to you. We are more interested in listening to what you're going to tell us in this process, in formulating the third generation county integrated development plan. I think we are coming to the tail end, but there is still time to engage our people and our partners in this validation process. We are very grateful to our partners, and I just want to mention that some of the partners have agreed to sponsor, if you will, specific sectors. For example, we're going to call you on another day here just to talk about health. Another day we just talk about agriculture. There are some partners who are interested in certain specific areas instead of looking at the CIDP globally. And when that happens, we'll be able to welcome you and engage with you in this process. I want to thank profusely the Ruko-led team, the task force, and already Dr. Grace Ongele, who was part of that team, has addressed you, and Jared is here. I've seen Adam Zolo, Bella is somewhere here. I think they're going to speak to us. But the significance of the report are two, that we were able to see from their report, from a financial point of view, because they did a financial audit, we were able to know what is all right or what is wrong with the way we are managing our affairs in Siaya. It was not just a financial audit, but also a governance audit. But more importantly, they made recommendations as to where we should lead to, what should be our ultimate objective, and giving us a pathway. That is the most beautiful part of the report of the OUCO task force. Significantly, the report of the Auditor General for the current financial year is anchored on the OUCO report. There's a lot of reference to what the OUCO team reported, and for that I'll be forever be grateful, because now we're dealing with the problem in its air. We have got to know where we went wrong and where we should lead to. And you've been told that the report by the Auditor General is adverse, and we said so at the beginning, that the financial affairs of Siaya were not right. And the OUCO team came and said, yes, we were in a very bad place. But looking at it positively, even as we speak of today, Siaya is one of the countries where, despite the delay of exchequer for 5 months, 4 months, we have been able to meet our commitments, especially to those who work for Siaya. We have been able to pay salaries and wages to our staff without borrowing a single cent. In some counties, they've had to borrow. Previously, the county was not paying what they call salary byproducts, which means taxes and NHIF, and we had a huge pending bill. As we speak today, on a monthly basis, we pay all those statutory deductions without any problems, and we are dealing with a huge debt in terms of taxes, and that is KRA, and other salary byproducts which are not being paid. When it comes to pending bills, in terms of proportion, I know Siaya, probably when we talk about our budget compared to the bigger counties, our fraction of pending bills is not high. It's about 1.2 billion. But we have been able to pay more than 60%. And I think this is an area where we are doing better than most of the counties. But the issue that I really wanted to address now that we're meeting with the diaspora, a lot of times when we're having this conversation, people are looking at our share of the equitable, our equitable share of revenue collected, nationally. That's where the discussion is most of the time. And if you look at the money we get from the exchequer for development, is about 2.6, 2.7 billion yearly. And that is shared also with the county assembly, because, the county assembly also undertakes development work in various forms and shapes. And they've done quite a bit in that regard. So if you look at the resource envelope for Siaya, in every single year, it's just about 1.5 billion. In real terms, just about 1.5 billion. Dr. Buru was talking to us the other day about, the real value of that 1.5 billion shillings, looking at inflation rates. And that 1.5 billion shillings this year is a lot less than its value probably in the last 1 year or 2 years. So if we continue to depend on revenue, tax revenue, collected nationally, and we hope that we can transform Siaya, I think we will never succeed. If you want to do a road for 10 kilometers, for example, a tarmac road, how much are you going to spend? It is in 300-400 million. And if you want to do 100 kilometers, you will consume the whole development money that comes to Siaya. there's a Frenchman at the advent of independence, I think it was called René Dumont. He wrote a book called False Start in Africa. It was mainly targeting the French colonies. And he said Africa had made wrong choices in terms of development priorities. In some places, we were going for huge projects which were not rationalized, they were not well thought through. And he particularized for some African leaders, it was more important to do a big airport or a large infrastructure undertakings, and without worrying where that money was coming from. It brought some rethinking, and it was not an accident that even the Arusha Declaration came after that great book, which was written by this Frenchman. He was an agronomist. So looking through and having done some studies with the team, we said we have to look for a pathway towards transformation of Siaya that we want, where we can change lives and can be able to, as a people and as a county, be able to raise our own resources locally in order to bring about transformation in the county. Right now, we are on source revenue. We are collecting about 450 million. Last year, it was about 430 million. We think we are going to surpass that this year. But we can do better. 500 million, that is not good enough if looking at the economy of the county. We should be targeting 1.5 billion and beyond. And in our thinking, we thought the only pathway, looking at the resources of Siaya, we've got 2 great rivers, we've got 3 lakes, it is going to be agriculture. That is what is going to drive change in Siaya. And Waziri Ben here was talking about Mauritius, and look at Mauritius 40 years ago. It was all about sugarcane. Now they no longer talk more about sugarcane. They talk about the financial sector, services, and even industry. One of the biggest banks in the country now is a Mauritian bank. It's a state bank. And it is big. It is in comparative terms, because it's operating here and in India, in comparative terms, is bigger than probably Equity and Kenya Commercial Bank put together. For a country which started with sugarcane, that is what transformed Mauritius. Now, we think we can do the same thing in Siaya, because we think we got the right ecosystem, ecology of the counties is conducive to modernize agriculture, mechanize agriculture, using certified seeds and certified fertilizer, and using modern agricultural practices. And we believe that it can be done. It can be done. The only thing for us to succeed is not just local resources, both financial and human resources. More importantly is investment. How much investment is going to go into Siaya? Very little money goes into Siaya in terms of investment, even internally generated investment. And I believe that without investment, even the best economies in the world depend on huge investments, getting into those economies. You take even the United States or the like. So I'm urging the people in Siaya that let us take this pathway towards modernization and transformation through agriculture and the value addition to agricultural products and commodities that we produce. We have identified rice as one of the commodities or cash crops that can change the face of Siaya. We are putting a mill in Osonga. The construction is ongoing. And I think that is going to change the face of Siaya in many ways. We are trying also to reintroduce cotton, possibly with the jittery in Oyoma. And that is an exercise which has started. And the blue economy, again, like this part of the financial year, we have been able to give fish feeds and other related made other related interventions to encourage our fish farmers and fish folk, because a lot more can be done even in that area. So my message is that let us not cry for resources from up here. That is not going to change the face of Siaya. Because even in the best situations, if you get anything beyond 3 billion shillings, you'll be lucky. And with 3 billion shillings, with a county the size of Siaya, you cannot make a difference. But with resources which are generated internally and investment, I think we can change the face of Siaya. And it will require a change of attitude. Like, I try to give the example of Ukraine. You know, those people, even during a war, their fields still feed the world. The only difference is that, you know, they're using mechanized farming and also using modern agricultural methods and so on, which we don't do in Siaya. All the countries that you can think of, even including the greatest industrial powers in Japan, the food security is secured by what you do at home. But it is doable. If a country like Vietnam now is attracting attention all over the world and attracting the kind of investments that are going to Vietnam, just by changing their blueprint and thinking about investments, I think we can do it in Siaya. So I conclude by encouraging you to invest in Siaya. And at the end of this exercise, and Grace Ongile will be leading in this exercise of coming up with an investment policy which will show and help in advising possible investors on where to go in terms of investments. We also, together with the other lake region counties, we are creating a lake region lakefront utility that will be able to help the 4 counties particularly which border the lake have a plan about how to use the lake and the lake resources. So let me not go beyond this. I am encouraged by the attendance. I encouraged with the partners. When we started this office this month, there are type of meetings that have been held here with people who are ready to think through what we can do with Siaya. I've been greatly encouraged. And I hope that this partnership is going to continue together with other partners. Asanteni sana. Asanteni sana. I had warned Sarah's, that things that we don't do in Siaya, don't do them here. So I'll send him a notice to show cause. Why he referred to me as His Excellency. And I have a long story about that when I was in exile in Tanzania. And we went with Chelagat Mutai to meet a Tanzanian minister. And I said, Mheshimiwa Orengo na Mheshimiwa Chelagat wako hapa. I said, Mheshimiwa, Nyinyi wa Kenya mnajua mheshimiwa ni nini? The answer I was given was terrible. And from that time, sometimes I don't like these titles. Now, I have the honor and privilege to welcome our Senator, Dr. Oburu Oginga, just to say a few words, and then we'll hand over to the team to now take us to the nitty-gritty. Welcome, Senator Dr. Oburu Oginga.
Thank you, Governor and our First Lady and all the diaspora and our experts and ministers and everybody who has come. I'm sorry I was not prepared to speak at this time, but I'm given this opportunity to say a few words. I first of all want to appreciate this forum. It is a very, very important forum because the people you are speaking to, the people who are being addressed they are called in quotes diaspora. When I was in the Ministry of Planning, I used to hear of diaspora, but I didn't know their weight. But the weight I felt when I became a member of parliament. When I became a member of parliament and we introduced something called CDF, the CDF was being given according to poverty index. And in my constituency called Bondo, the poverty index at the time CDF was introduced was about 57%. But within a very short time, a period of less than 10 years, the index had come down from 55% to 26%. And that meant that the money which was being allocated to me as in CDF terms was being reduced by 10 million shillings. I got shocked. So I went to the Statistics Bureau. You know, we used to work in the same ministry together. I went to ask them, what is the criteria you people used to reduce the allocation to my constituency by more than 10 million shillings? Then they told me the poverty index has reduced from 57% to 26%. And I told them, how? What has happened? We don't have industry in Bondo. Where have people gotten the money to improve their welfare? And they said it is diaspora. That the diaspora from your constituency are contributing money, people are working, they are earning, and they are bringing that money back home. And that money which they are bringing home is what is improving the welfare of your people. And therefore improving because there is poverty, there's food poverty, and there is absolute poverty. Food poverty includes access to food and availability of food. You know, food can be available, but not accessible. Because if it is available and you don't have money to buy it, it is not accessible. It is just available but not accessible. So they told me in all those indexes, our people have improved. So diaspora is a very, very important constituency in our development agenda. And I'm happy, Jim, that you have identified them and brought them together. And when they are here, they will tell us how much do they invest. And I have heard you encouraging them to invest Because investors, when people talk of investors, they always think of wazungus, they always think of people coming from outside. But the most important investment is the investment from within. It is our own investment. It is our own people. So this forum, I think, is a very, very important forum for us to discuss what can we do to invest back home. Agriculture has been identified as the prime mover of development in our county. But the investment in agriculture, this is a story we have heard, Grace, we have heard that story with you for years and years, that agriculture is the driver of development. It is the backbone of our economy. But then, when it comes to investment, there is 4%. Kenya has been investing 3%, 2% in agriculture. How do you expect agriculture to be the backbone when you are not investing in it? You have to invest in agriculture. In the Maputo Declaration, it was 10%. Kenya has not even reached half of that. So we should encourage, investment. That national government, but now we have our own government, which is the devolved government. How much? Because you have talked of adding tractors, but then we want to see that in percentage of the whole development agenda. How much of that are you investing in agriculture? So that we can believe that actually you are giving agriculture the attention that it requires, so that it becomes a driver. You have also talked of value addition. Value addition is critical because you can produce, agriculture can produce, but it can produce only for subsistence. If it produces for subsistence, it is not going to move our people out of poverty because it is from hand to mouth. They will just be farming to pay the daily costs, to pay school fees, to have their food, enough food to eat, but then nothing beyond that. So this value addition is something which, again, does not require big monies from outside. You people, you can invest home and do value addition. Jim has said they are investing in a rice mill. How about processing of fish? Why don't we process our fish for export? Fish has very big markets in Europe and even in the Middle East, where we can exploit and export our fish. They want our fish, but we cannot do it without processing. And some few factories in Kisumu are doing this and that, but the fish is coming from us in Siaya. Why don't we invest in processing of fish? And it doesn't have to be big investors. How about maize itself? Do we have a serious maize mill in Siaya? Do we have a serious maize mill in Siaya? We should be having a big maize mill so that we can also, apart from rice, we also process maize and have it as a processed product. But I was only to make a few remarks when a governor. I'm very sorry that I went beyond what I should have said. Only that when he talked of bottoms up, I didn't like it because Grace, you know that we tried what was called District Focus for Rural Development. It was meant to start development from the grassroots, coming up. But it failed because of lack of commitment. It failed because of lack of the systems to implement it. And now we have a system which is devolved. These people who are in government, they are not serious about this. Strengthening devolution. But it is our responsibility to do it. Don't think that that model called bottoms up is something you want to emulate. There's nothing there like that. let us find a way of strengthening devolution, because this is developing a system which lacked, and that is why the district focus for rural development failed. Thank you, Bwana Governor. Asante sana, and excuse me for, you know, politicians, when you give them this thing, they don't want to leave it.
Thank you. You know, bottoms up is a phrase, and I can tell you, Waziri there was using it in a very different context. But in saying the same, there used to be one of the greatest Chinese leaders, that small man called Deng, when he was opening up China. He used to say that when it came to development issues and investment in China and the like, he didn't care whether the cat was black or white, so long as it can catch mice. And that single statement, I think China, as we see it today, whereas a closed political system to some extent, you may say, but a very open system in terms of industry and development. And Russia is closed in many ways, comparatively. Now, I've stood up not to make another speech, but I just wanted to recognize the arrival of the MP for Arieda, Dr. Paul Otiende Amolo. I'll not call upon him to speak now. Let him hear a little bit. You know what he's doing out there. We wish you every success in that endeavor. Now, Sarah's was to come up here, but let me just proceed by inviting his presentation both by Jared Boga and Elizabeth Ouma. I think they have done great to this process. Is Jared here? Yeah, okay. Can you come over and get us going? And talking about Nyalore, Professor Lunga here was a key brain in coming up with the Nyalore Manifesto. So Jared, you begin. Is Elizabeth here? Yeah. So the team is here. Who is next? Who is next? Bella. So yeah, it will be Jared and Bella. Thank you.
Governor and First Lady, Senator Dr. Buru, Member of Parliament for Arieda, Dr. Otiende Amolo, members of the executive, members of the county assembly present here, all the professionals from the diaspora in this meeting. Good afternoon. Well, my name is Jared Boga, and I was a member of the task force, the Ouko task force, that did systems audits and governance reforms for the Siaya County. And my talk will basically be on the critical path that the Cidp need to take, especially with regard to agriculture, because we deemed agriculture as the anchor docket upon which all other sectors within the county need to rally around. Largely, we are aware that agriculture is the backbone. Since childhood, all our education pedagogy is around agriculture as the backbone of our economy. However, over the years, we have bastardized agriculture to the extent that it has taken a trajectory that is no longer attractive. How to invest in it is not clear. We have equally through the education system even killed the human resource capital that need to be within agriculture. But that said and done, at the task force, our thought process was that the devolved system need to embrace this and rejuvenate, develop those structures that are within the devolved function, so that there's a cascading interrelationship between national government and the county government for effective delivery of agricultural promise. Because reflecting on the Nyalori manifesto, which we translated into now Timore trajectory, which is a transformative agenda for the county, we looked at the 9 promises that the governor promised during his campaign. Because as he now, since he was sworn in, as he transited into the end of this first term, the balance between that which he'll talk about at the end of this first term and that which has to be delivered in the interim largely should be driven by agriculture. So we looked at agriculture as the key driver, split into various 4 platforms, which we have interacted with, I believe so, in the Cidp. Those who looked at our task force report, we looked at 4 key pillars. Number 1 is social enterprise, the commercial systems program, industrial systems, market systems, and business development and health systems, health services. The previous speakers here have alluded to those aspects, but in an isolated manner. But as a task force and the infusion of that which we discussed into the Cidp is the critical path of transformation, implementation matrix that need to be rolled out around the flagship projects that have been developed within the Cidp. Because the program on social enterprise should and must look at the following enabling sectors, that is the health, education, water, environment, and gender, and it addresses various promises that the governor made. Now, these sectors, health, education, water, environment, and gender and youth, say for instance, rejuvenating youth interest and investment in agriculture through agribusiness, agri-value chain that have been identified per county. We have cotton in Ugenya and Rarieda. There is a clarion call across the county around avocado at the moment. There are various individuals, both in diaspora and at the local level, that are really doing a serious organization around avocado. I'm part of that team. There are those that are doing livestock production. This range from piggery to dairy and small livestock like goat and sheep. The second pillar essentially is commercial, which our thought process was to transcend the champions around social enterprise into commercial pathway, linking them with mainstream financial services, direct investment, and linking them with technology. And this is where private sector plays a critical role. The diaspora need to work with the county through the special vehicles that the governor is working with, is putting in place to ensure that resources that we have and the policy guidelines that is in place protect those investments to ensure that we create jobs and opportunities for young people. Now, in industrial system, the sectors that we're talking about here are trade and industry as the anchor, water irrigation, road, energy and transport, ICT, education, land physical planning, urban development, tourism, culture, and social services. In essence, what we are saying is that the industrial and commercial systems should dictate the kind of roads that we build, where the roads are. Of course, we have various technologies to do suitability analysis of where industries can be anchored, located, and the supportive, facilitative systems like water, roads to support that. Because we have a GIS remote sensing domicile in the Department of Lands and Physical Planning that can provide us with those suitability maps. Now, we talked about market system and looked at the various sectors that support it. This included ICT, health and sanitation, and education. Now, looking at those 4 pillars and looking at the CIDP, our thought process and your contribution in this meeting should enrich the critical path that we have to take as a county. How we have to influence various policies and also to operationalize the existing policies that we have at the county. Because we have the farm input and subsidy law in the county, should be operationalized to ensure that the tractors, the farm input, the seeds that are distributed effectively reach to the actual farmers, they are planted on time. There is budgetary allocation to operationalize that. Now, moving forward, the questions that we ask ourselves that will ensure that we have success, the success factors and the drivers that we need to put into place. And of course, these are the questions that we direct to the executive together with the legislature, the legislative arm of the county. This transformative readiness. We have to develop and come up with the transformative readiness, which basically touch on institutional framework and the governing mechanisms to ensure that we quickly realize these goals. Because in as much as politics is very important, it is very important, we have to infuse that which we discuss around politics towards transformation of the county. Number 2 is the quality of county agricultural sector plan. Governor, I'm very happy that the partners have agreed to help us at the county develop 10-year sectoral plans. At the time when we were in the task force, only 3 sectors were up to date with their sectoral plans. This was education. I think agriculture had made some attempts, and health. The rest of other sectors had not done their sectoral plans. We need these sectoral plans to be in place as soon as possible so that they guide the the next CIDP plans. Number 3 is delivery mechanism. From where I work, our main agenda is delivery. And delivery should start from planning to the execution, monitoring, and ensuring that the impacts that are realized and lessons that come from implementation of projects are put in place for futuristic planning. But essentially at the county level, I'll invite the diaspora to have a discussion around effective delivery mechanism, because the nuances that enable us to deliver project, one is to have a lean structure that cascade up to the sub-county, to the ward level, up to the village level. Such that where the projects sit, the reports are given in real time, feedbacks are realized, and value of money is taken into consideration. Now, I've mentioned this, but I want to re-emphasize it that all other sectors should be guided by the roadmap around agriculture, be it roads, energy, and transport, because the encompassing roads and public works and transport should be coordinated as county's priority and development agenda around agriculture. Governor, I want to bring to your attention to 2 factors here as I conclude. As you're aware, Governor, we have a number of high-impact projects in our county. One of them is the Ugunja, Sega, Okwala water project that is substantially complete, ready for commissioning. However, it does not have last-mile connectivity. Number 2 is the Lower Nzoia irrigation development project. And there are also new projects that designs are complete, just require us to have a conversation with the national government so that they be brought to commencement of their implementation. For example, we have the Bondo irrigation cluster, which the former Prime Minister has been really pushing for its implementation. It is important that we have this conversation going forward, invite us to have this discussion so that where we sit from the national government, we ensure these are delivered. And we look at the frameworks upon which, even working with the National Assembly through members of parliament from the county, we ensure that some budget is allocated effectively. So I want to thank you all very much. Let us discuss the CIDP and let us be critical on the implementation matrix and the critical path that we have to take for this county for transformation. Thank you very much.
Please, Madam Bella, maybe just 5 minutes or so, because we are running short of time.
Governor, thank you for having me. Senator, Dr. Oburu, Honorable Tiende Amolo, ladies and gentlemen, My name is Bella Akinyi, and I'm a member of the task force, was a member of the task force led by Eddie Ouko. So I'm going to take a different trajectory. I want you to go on a journey with me. I'm a former diaspora, and I'm an investor in Siaya County in aquaculture. I'm a fish farmer. So I'm going to come here with an angle of diaspora, investor, and having been a member of the task force and really familiarized myself with the county in a way that I think is priceless for me, because I'm able to look at what is really going on. And I live in Kogwari. I live in a place called Riverside, Kogwari. It's actually a quarry where they dig gold in Sakwa, and the quarries would collapse. So the Mzungu would write, risky quarry, don't come in, the quarry would collapse. Jaluo would hear, risky Kogwari, risky Kogwari. So the name is officially risky Kogwari. So if I say, anya riskis, anya Kogwari, but it's actually quarry. So, as the earth is made of 21 elements, right? It's about how we use these elements. Siaya has these elements. It's enriched, be it gold, the earth, gold, right? So it's what we do with these elements. Oxygen, we are breathing. We go to a hospital, a kid will die because there's no oxygen in Bondo District Hospital. Yet it's this oxygen. It's the creative mind. How are we using this? I'm surrounded by Dr. Chingrari, a professor who Siaya has the brains to convert these 21 elements into something useful. As we were sitting there with Eddie Ouko, we were wondering, with such a rich county, we have brains, we have the natural resources. How do we make this happen? So that's why I'm saying I'm going to change my trajectory a little bit and be more dream with me. We were looking at an eco-city. And when you're looking at a city, please don't just see the city. This city means there's an industrial area, okay? That means employment. You're looking at agriculture, if it is in Yala Swamp, okay? That is agriculture. But when you're looking at agriculture, why am I talking about this? Right now, we know Siaya unemployment, super high. I'm surrounded by, funerals every day. People don't have money. You have a budget. All of us have a budget, don't we? Where you are constantly giving, if it's not a funeral, somebody is sick, school fees, tuition, and that is one of the reasons. So I'm going to talk why, okay? So why? Did you know that in Siaya County, 19% of our youth, when we were looking at the health data, are stunted in growth by 2 inches compared to you? 2 inches. Why? Because of malnutrition. They don't have enough nourishment. They don't have enough protein. It's protein that makes you grow. Yet we have the lake, and the largest part of the usable lake is in Siaya County. It's not in Homa Bay. It's not in Kisumu County. It's not in Migori. It's in Siaya County. Yet our kids don't have enough protein. Okay? So when we are talking developing Siaya, and we are not talking about making food easily affordable, these are the things we are looking at. We are saying, okay, so what are we going to do in this city, this eco-city? Are we going to harness and annex a place where we are not only environmentally conscious, but we are also growing food? Because Siaya is importing food. Okay? So those are the why. Why do we need this? Women, youth, unemployed. So we looked at, for example, I'll give you an example, for example, fish farming. You are thinking of fish. But in this fish farming, do you realize if you have 200 cages, if you do your mathematics, 200 HDP cages, 20-meter diameter, 6 meters deep, that's 15 million shillings per harvest. If it is well done, it's done twice a year. 15 million shillings multiplied times 200, that is 3 billion. 200 cages. Siaya has about 47 BMUs. We only need like 20 BMUs, 20 locations. And we have 3 billion. And change and go the Mauritius route. So our dream was all these edifices, you've all built beautiful homes. In Siaya County, beautiful, amazing palaces people have built. But guess what? Where are your kids? Who stays there? You're paying the maid to take care of it. And I'm also talking to our fellow diasporans who are listening. They are sending money to build. and they're paying money for the maids to maintain those homes. So I was thinking that if we had a cohesive way, if we focused on this city and not just look at it very shallowly that it's a city, but look at it as a tool whereby real estate development comes in. We attract now the youth who want to now live in Siaya. It's a beautiful place to stay. They will be buying these apartments. We are now talking real estate. We're now talking tourism. We're now talking, for example, instead of now Bella buying from Nairobi or Naivasha fish feed, which is 70%, 60 to 70% our costs. Do you realize that if it is a 3 billion industry for fish, right? 3 billion, I'm saying every 6 months. That means in a year, we can do 6 billion. Now, this is about, I'm talking to diaspora, I'm talking to investors, and I'm talking about using our natural resources. That means 1.5 billion is going to Unga, Uasin Gishu, to buy fish feed. That means another 1 billion is going to Bidco oil, because you see, the soya, which is the bean, Uganda, we don't grow it here. That bean is what produces oil to cook. So you're saying if we had a Bidco in this eco-city that we have, how many people can we employ in that Bidco? And that Unga? It would support now what Jared was talking about, why we anchored it in agriculture. So you're looking at agriculture, you're looking at aquaculture, you've created an industry. Dr. Oburu talked of industry. We've created now serious industries. So this is what we were looking at when we were sitting there. It wasn't just about HR, or you've spent money. Listen, the CIDP is like a business plan. Before I talk of personnel, this is our plan. Then now I can plug in the personnel in the right places. So I'm not even going to talk about that here, because we want to focus on what impact are we creating. So the impact I've said, I've talked about the money, that's the impact. We've created jobs, that's the impact. That is what we are seeing beyond 2027. We are seeing a different Siaya 30 years from today. So that's the journey, the dream that we wanted you all to dream with us. So in this situation now, we're very happy that you have invited diaspora. How do we cohesively use diaspora? In a very organized way, the brains. So where are they plugging in? So your next meeting, hopefully, the blue economy, this government, aquaculture is under blue economy. There's a lot of money in there, tucked in there. So let's not ignore that. I didn't see it coming out clearly in the CIDP. So these are the areas that we were looking at. How do investors plug in? There's a lot of money in blue economy. There's a lot of money in other areas, but they're going to plug in when they see the gap in the CIDP. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Madam Bella. I think the key message that we have here really is, from the several presenters that have been here, is that no nation can be able to develop when it is food insecure. And for us as a county, we have all the necessary resources that can be able to make us turn this around if we're able to optimally exploit them. And now I think the pathway to do that is contained in the CIDP, and now I would like to invite Mr. Samson Otieno to come, Moses Otieno, to take us through the CIDP quickly.
Thank you, Chief of Staff, the Governor. With a lot of respect and humility, allow me to skip the salutations so that we go straight to the business of the day. My name is Moses Otieno. I am an economist in the county government of Siaya. So I'm going to take us on a journey of what the CIDP intends to address in the next 5 years across all the 8 sectors that the CIDP is talking about. So we have an introduction, sector development issues and interventions, flagship projects, financing mechanisms, and then, if time allows, we'll have a conclusion. So the CIDP is built around what we are calling development issues, and we are defining these development issues as major development aspirations that formed the core of our prioritization in the 2023-2027 planning period. So how did we conceptualize these development issues? One, we looked at the sectoral statistics of the various indicators, and then that helped us to come up with the issues. Number two, we reviewed the performance of the outgoing CIDP, which is 2018-2022. Alongside that, we looked at the Governor's Manifesto, and lastly, we analyzed the proposals that we received from the members of the public in our public participation forums. So this presentation really talks about the development issues, the status of those issues, and the proposed interventions that we propose to address those issues. So we go straight into them. And because agriculture has been given prominence, I will also start with agriculture. So development issue number one under agriculture is agricultural production and productivity. And as we will realize, we are saying that the status of this development issue is that our production is very low. As currently things stand, our production is very low. So what do we intend to do? One, we want to strengthen extension services. Two, provide subsidized agricultural inputs across all the subsectors from crops, fisheries to livestock. Then we want to promote irrigation agriculture. And then next, we want to promote social and food security crops. An example is what we have listed there. Again, we want to promote commercial and industrial crops. And then next, we want to promote culture and capture fisheries. The speaker who has just left has spoken passionately about culture and capture fisheries. We want to promote that. We want to promote sustainable livestock production in apiculture, in dairy, in poultry, and in beef. And then we want to reduce post-harvest losses. And then lastly, under this development issue, we want to manage the pests and diseases that undermine our agricultural production. Development issue number two, after you have produced, then you have to look for the market. So agricultural marketing, and we are saying our systems for marketing our agricultural produce are weak. So what do we want to do? Improve aggregation of agricultural produce, promote value addition and agro-processing, strengthen marketing system, and lastly, support the youth in agribusiness. So much so about agriculture, health and sanitation. Development issue number one is access to health care. We are not doing very well. So what do we want to do? Improve infrastructure across our health service provision spectrum from level 1 all the way to the level 4 hospitals. Recruit and capacity build our healthcare providers. Provide adequate health communities and storage facilities. Implement universal health coverage. And lastly, under this development issue, automate healthcare services and commodity tracking. Issue number two is disease burden. We have a very high disease burden. So what do we want to do? Strengthen management of communicable and non-communicable conditions with special emphasis on HIV, malaria, TB. Lastly, the development issue under health, emergency response. We have a very weak emergency response system. So we want to strengthen our health referral system, and then we also want to strengthen how we respond to emergency and our levels of preparedness. Education, social protection, culture, and recreation. Development issue number 1 is access to early childhood education. What do we want to do? Recruit and capacity build our ECD teachers, construct, renovate, and equip ECDs, and then provide them with playing materials and learning materials as well. And then establish model ECD centers in 3 municipalities. We are talking about Bondo, Gunja, and Siaya. And then provide school feeding program. This will increase retention and transition to primary level. And lastly, we want to provide bursaries and scholarships to needy students within the county. Access to vocational training. We want to recruit additional VTC instructors, construct, renovate, and equip VTCs, classrooms and hostels, provide digital literacy in our VTC centers, and lastly, provide capitation in the VTC centers as well. And then access to social services. Here we have 2 broad interventions. Establish affirmative action funds, 1 for the youth, 1 for the women, and 1 for people living with disabilities. And then establish a gender-based violence and child rescue center. On environment, water, and natural resources, in the interest of time, I'm going to speak to access to safe water. So 1, we are going to develop a water master plan, and this is going to guide on where we invest our resources. Augment Yala water intake. Do expansion and last mile connectivity for Ugunja, Sega, and Ukwala water supply system that is under construction. Construction of Wichloom water supply project, and then construction of new and renovation of dilapidated water supply infrastructure. And lastly, we were going to provide development support to our water service providers. Next sector, trade, industrialization, and tourism. I'm going to speak to enterprise development. The status of this development issue is that we have a poor business environment in Siaya County. So what do we want to do? Develop infrastructure in our markets and ensure we have efficient waste management systems, increase access to credit and market information, operationalize cooperative development fund, establish a legal metrology laboratory, develop an industrial park, construction of solid waste recycling plant, and lastly, strengthen enforcement of Siaya County Alcoholic Drinks Control Act. Transport and energy. I'm going to speak to public transport, and we have 3 statuses: inaccessible road transport infrastructure, limited use of water transport, and limited use of air transport. We want to respond by constructing roads and bridges, constructing jetties and feeder ports, and constructing airstrips. All this we will do in collaboration with the national government. Lands, housing, and fiscal planning. I'm speaking to housing and urban development. We have poor urban infrastructure, so we are going to provide quality urban infrastructure. This will include streetlights, motorized and non-motorized infrastructure, stormwater drainage, water sewer connections, among the many interventions that we have listed. The last sector is administration and intergovernmental relations, and I'm going to speak to development issue Number one, public financial management. As we speak, we have a weak financial management system. So what we want to do, strengthen our financial management system, strengthen our planning and research and development. Key flagship projects that we have lined up: agro-processing and value addition in rice, cotton, and all those crops. Construction and equipping of hospital complexes in Bondo and Siaya. Operationalization of Cooperative Development Fund. Establishment of aggregation centers and industrial park. Establishment on an eco-friendly city around Lake Kanyaboli. Completion of Phase 2 of Siaya Stadium and construction of Migwena Talent Academy. Last mile connectivity to households for Ugunja, Sega, Ukwala water project. Establishment of school feeding programs in ECD centers. And lastly, construction of affordable housing in Siaya and Bondo. If we have to realize all the aspirations of the CIDP, then we require 200 billion. What we can put our hands to very quickly, equitable share, we can raise 44.2 billion. Conditional grants can give us 1.6 billion. And if we put our best foot forward, we can collect 4.2 billion from our own source collections, giving us a total of 50.2 billion. That creates a financing gap, and that financing gap will require the interventions of the private sector through private-public partnerships. I've come to the conclusion of my presentation, and I want to leave you with these three statements for reflection. And we are saying that growth is increase in material wealth. And if you are guided by ethics as you increase your material wealth, then you are progressing. And if you are guided by ethics, humanity, morality, and spirituality, as you increase your material wealth, then you are successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Otieno. Really, that is the document, the main document for which you are here. And I am persuaded to request the governor that if you could allow, governor, that before we proceed to the next phase, that we take 2 minutes to break. I could see some of us are, maybe our heads are getting a bit heavier than our necks. If you could allow, or we proceed. We just proceed. Okay. I'm advised that we just proceed. At this point in time, then I would like to request that we now proceed to the next phase of the program. We are going to listen to feedback, and you have the program with you. And I'm therefore requesting Professor Winnie Mitula to come and usher us in this second phase. Karibu, Professor.
Thank you very much. It's a feedback, and I'm not different from the rest sitting down there, because all of us are going to be giving a feedback. Again, I want to begin by saying that probably I have the advantage of having read so many CIDPs. From the first one, second one, third one, and I've read some of the ones that are already ready. Siaya is coming, but I've read some that are ready. And I know that there is a standard way also of writing CIDPs, and they follow a particular pattern, which I think probably is not easy to get out of. But my main question normally when I read these CIDPs is that what is different from the previous CIDP to the current CIDP? And when I ask that question, I want to look at that, the part that was written status. You saw the highlighted status. if you looked at that status critically, is all weak, poor, limited, and it's not just here. So sometimes I ask, is it true that after 10 years of devolution, the status is that bad? And sometimes I say that probably this is why everybody is saying that counties are not working, people are just abusing, corruption, very unnecessary words. What I've seen in that, and I've read this IDP page to page, I got it in time. What I've seen in it is that that status is not very true, Governor. It may not be that true, that the status given is the right thing. Or what do we think as the Siaya people? Are those words really true? If you take it, for example, that we've had devolution. Or everything in that, the status is just like there is nothing going on. Probably Uburu might tell us he's been there longer. Do you agree with that status? Because if we agree with that status, then there is a very serious problem. Probably that is why there is Nyalore, and then we must have to change something. Yeah, so if we agree with that status, I fully don't agree. I think some things have really improved, and I do see things that I could have used a different word. But I will leave that for that. So what I want to do is just to give very general, because there is no much time. When I read this CIDP, it's very encompassing. It's good. It wants to really do literally each and everything and leave nothing. And that, again, is not the issue of Siaya. That's, again, a very cross-cutting with all CIDPs. But the difference that a CIDP can make is the depth and clarity of the issues that are listed. But if you have that section which is weak, poor, and all that, and inefficient, then you have to turn those around into the last column that we were being shown. And if you read that column, of course, we will operationalize them probably later when we do the sector plans and the work plans. But there are some areas, like I want to pick only key areas that I really see as critical if counties, including my county, Siaya, is to move data. I don't think we work, there is no data. There is just no data. We can't really pinpoint and know where we are going or what is happening. The economic advisor highlighted monitoring and evaluation and all this. And this monitoring and evaluation is being done from national government to county government. Everybody talks about it. But what do we do with the monitoring and evaluation? It could have given us something in that column called status. A better outcome of, like I remember the example that Uburu was giving, that he was shocked that he had been snatched 10 million, which should have been made you happy, because it should have been that you are snatched because now you are progressive. But in your analogy, it was like nothing was happening. People still needed CDF. Because even this CDF, it can go if we were to sort out things, isn't it? If things are sorted out and the county is working and everybody is contributing and supporting the county. Another point I see in this IDP is that it's so much, the burden is on the county. It's just on the county, and the county takes it alone. And when you come to the position where you are talking about intergovernmental relations, it doesn't have much of intergovernmental relations in terms of the issues that ail counties, that make the county not work. It doesn't mention, there is a title there called intergovernmental relations. But when you look at the content, I don't see. Because really, that is where we have to look for issues of coordination. How are we going to coordinate the functions at a practical level, and how do we leverage? Because even the money that we are given, that are the deficit, the gap that we saw, that is because we only look at the money that is for the county. But we know the functions, some functions are national. So why can't counties begin negotiating in a way that you start seeing how you can work with the national government so that that portion that they contribute to the county should also be listed in these budgets? This maybe is not there, because I said the design of CIDPs is very unique. It puts you in a box and you just have to do the same thing and you list them and you continue, and then at the end of the day you don't even have the money to achieve. So I think that is going to be critical at the point of achieving what we want to achieve. Another point I wanted to indicate which I think is also important and very much talked to Bella. Bella, thank you. Bella really highlighted some things. Social protection. When I look at social protection in the CIDP, it's just touched on. And then it is conceptualized in a limited manner. It's conceptualized like it's just social assistance. Yet, we are into universal healthcare, where we are actually beginning to look at social protection in a more broader way. So I think there is a little bit more that we could add to conceptualizing social protection, the way it is articulated in the CIDP. It's mentioned, but it really doesn't capture, extensively. I don't want to go into many issues, but I think I want to also touch on the issue of coordination, which has been mentioned a bit, and the overlaps that we see and the delivery mechanisms, and what can we do best. I think the CIDP also mentions that cascading. It's also been highlighted by one of the speakers, that we want to go down to the village, so that at the village level the systems work and we can then work it out. That takes a lot, and I think it's where we are called upon, the group sitting here, is like each one of us has a role there. Because I don't see clearly in this IDP the people, the youth, the children, those traders, people working. They have to find their space, which they can find, but I think it should be driven in a way that one feels that is demanded of us to make a contribution. And I think the examples that Bella was giving are very okay, because there are so many things, and many speakers have talked about how we need internal. Let's not have this crazy abstract idea of an investor is a Mzungu or somebody coming from somewhere else far away to invest. We've been told clearly we are here, that we are the investors. But for us to invest, Governor, we need the environment. The enabling environment has to be there for investment, even for local people. That goes back to things like legal, policy. But when I read the CIDP again, legislation, policy, is written weak. And you see, Governor, the executive works with the assembly. So now, if we are having our own IDP, and we are saying we don't have political will, and we are weak. So that is then going to be what the governor and the team has to address. Because if there is no political will, and we have to address all these issues, then they're not going to happen. Because we need to come in to support, and we are part of it, but there is need for that framework to be clearly set. I'll stop there because there is not so much time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, for those very important comments. At this point, I would like to invite Professor Olunga. Karibu, Professor.
Sometimes when a governor, it's not necessarily good to ignore protocol. To the governor and the spouse, to the senator, to the MP Rariadan, to the colleagues seated here. First, I must have a disclaimer. Me and Winnie were not selected because we are brilliant. I think, when a governor, this must have been just because I'm your friend. But I will belabor not to repeat what Winnie said. I want to look at the CIDP in terms of a family. And I want to look at it from the perspective of a husband and a wife in a home, together with several children. The children must go to school. They must access healthcare. They must eat. However, we operate from a familial perspective of a kinship that is extended. And therefore, there are uncles and sisters and brothers who are also within the boundaries of the possibility of the fence. And they may also be peeping in to see whether the food in this home can be enough for everybody else. I grew up in a situation where our home was next to the road. And any time we were eating and my mom saw anybody passing, he would ask, "Can you pass by we are eating?" But we've grown into the system right now where if my son is playing with Winnie's daughter and my son needs to eat, I go to my son and say, and hold him by the ears and say, "Have you bathed?" So I'll be pushing him, pulling by the ear to go bathe him, simply because I don't want others to accompany him to come and eat the little food, because there is poverty there's completely no food in the homestead. And I want to thank you, Bwana Governor. If we truly believe that agriculture is going to be the backbone, our schooling system, I was telling Wandai the other day, particularly on Saturday, I think, he has a degree in agriculture. If you didn't know, Pio Wandai has a degree in agriculture. I don't know, right now, Otiende is rushing to do law. I think law is much easier in terms of defending rights. Our schooling system is not prioritizing agriculture. The University of Nairobi at the moment, agriculture is the worst doing faculty. I think it has the least number of students. Reason is being that there's no employment opportunities in that sector. And if we must change this and make agriculture, as Boga puts it, and I think I want to thank every presenter here because they've been very elaborate. If that's going to be the backbone, we must then put some kind of safeguards to ensure that that happens. I'm happy of the 17 tractors. But I will be equally happy when there would be a monitoring frame to ensure that the outcome of those tractors is cascaded down to everybody else. The CIDP in terms of the implementation plan, and I want to agree with Winnie, I don't want to repeat what she said. Because for wheat, you know, I normally tell my students that you can't be lost if you don't know where you're going. If I left this place and I didn't know where I was going, and I found myself, Bonotiende, where? Give me a place. Karura Forest, for instance. I hope I'm not being found there dead. I will literally not be lost because I didn't know where I was going. So in that logical frame approach in terms of our developmental indices, we must then be able to say, like Winnie says, where are we coming from? After the 10 years, where are we coming from? And if that's where we're coming from, what have been our weaknesses? And what aspect are we injecting to the system to make it now stronger to achieve the goals for which we are completely articulating over here? The other thing, Jim, which we talked about, and I want to reiterate, is this so-called diaspora. You know, 2007 post-election violence became the best blessing in Lowland. I am unhappy that our people died, and equally unhappy that they were not compensated, and even worse off that nobody talks about them. But that was the starting point for the development of Nyanza in terms of the infrastructure in the housing sector. True or false? The entire framework of development where, Betty, am I lying? When you go to Nyanza today, I have driven from Bondo, from Uburu's place as I drive towards Siaya, and I pass through the beautiful road to Ugenya, Uholo, where I come from. The kind of housing, the environment in terms of tree planting. I can tell you for free, anybody goes to Nyanza today and they come back and say, oh, Olunga, you mean, is that Nyanza? So how do we then take advantage of these so-called diaspora people who are already here? I can see Orwenjo, Awor Ponge, my friend from Alego with very good cows, the Cebu cattle. I don't know why you got them. I've been trying to piggy bank on you, but you've been elusive in telling me where they come from. How do we become the engine of development within this so-called diaspora? The owner of Siaya is Jawer. Can I continue mentioning them? Audi Okoth, may God rest his soul in peace, a big investor in Mombasa, was from Game. Can I continue them? How do we approach these people, Bwana Governor, and have an inventory, even in the CIDP, have an inventory of our sons and daughters in places, not just within the country, even elsewhere, and piggy bank on them? How do we get Kono More here, within the very system that has promoted the CIDP today from the British government, to piggy bank on his networks and to make a difference? How do we go? And there's something Oburu said, and let me reiterate, maybe this is my last word, so that everybody can speak. When I was doing my own research for most of our MPs in Siaya, this gentleman you see here would walk practically to every office and ask, is there anything for Siaya? Oburu, if I'm lying, you will please tell me I'm lying. Is there anything for Siaya? And sometimes these fellows who have been in government, And we are lucky that our own governor has been part of government as a minister. Sometimes they understand the workings of government more than any other person. And the ability to harness the beauty of government is normally residual in them. I don't think that the Kakamega that we praise so much in the last 10 years, all that money was based on Kakamega money. It may have been based on negotiation with Kura, Kera, the water system, and some of these things are critical, just like Winnie puts it, in order to be able to get us out of this system. I still cry, Jim, that we never used the Obama moment. When he was the president of the United States, we never used that position or possibility. If you asked us, these professors, I can see so many of them here, and simply say, every single month, we shall have female professors to come and talk to girl child in Siaya as a way to motivate them. Would that not be part of the CIDP in terms of social protection development? How about all these other gentlemen come to talk about other things? How about the old people? I remember during Ongwae's tenure, we did talk about the issue of building old people's homes. Kisii tried its level best, including some element of elders to come to be talking to the governor in terms of advice and everything else. And what we need to do, Governor, is it possible that we can also piggyback in that social protection? Instead of having these elderly people in the CIDP, I see there are not very many in the whole county. We can figure out how many of them are under social protection from central government and how many of them are left out and how we can probably assist. And above all, the CECs in Siaya. Fortunately or unfortunately, you are not introduced. So I do not know who is where. You need to ask yourself, in terms of governance, in terms of accountability, in terms of the critical process of ensuring that this CIDP is implemented, where are you? Because if you don't think like the governor, then you have no business being there. So fundamentally, you need to ask yourself, you are the driver of this process. And without a driver, the document remains just a document. And that's why I say every document is as good as the potential implementers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. I think one of the keywords here is that if you don't know where you're going, any road you take will lead you there. And I think that is something you should avoid totally. Allow me to announce this. The owner of the vehicles KCV 619N and KCY 004P. Please go and attend to your vehicles. KCV 619N and KCY 004P. At this point in time, allow me now to open the plenary for any other. Okay. Any, please.
Thank you, Governor, for giving me the privilege to introduce your cabinet. I was running away from the responsibility, but you have returned it. So I will do it with pleasure. Waziris, because of the interest of time, I would like to request you to just stand up and say your names. And okay. So we go one by one. I think the gentleman, the first CEC here, he spoke to us, Honorable Benedict Umolo, CEC Finance. He comes from GAME. Thank you. Honorable Grace Agola is the CEC in charge of Enterprise and Industrial Development. She comes from Rarieda. George Nyingiro is our CEC in charge of Public Works and Roads, Energy and Transport. He comes from Bondo. Thank you. At the far end, we have Dr. Edgar Otumba, the CEC in charge of Education, Social Services, and Vocational Training from Rarieda. Honorable Sylvester Kokoth is the CEC in charge of Agriculture, Fisheries, Food Security, Irrigation, is fully loaded. is the CEC, and he comes from Alego. Honorable Angelino Duor is the CEC in charge of tourism, sports, culture, and arts. She's also acting as the CEC in charge of water, environment, and natural resources. She comes from Bondo. We have Honorable Maurice Makorege, the CEC in charge of lands, physical planning, housing, and urban development. He comes from GEM. We have the County Attorney, Ambassador Richard Owade. He comes from Rarieda. We also have two MCS among us. We have, sorry, before I go to MCS, we have a Chief Officer here, Walter Kello, the Chief Officer in charge of water. Do you have any other Chief Officer? Okay, thank you. We have two MCS. We have Honorable Francis Otiato, the MCA representing East Yimbo, Karibu, and Honorable Gordon Onyango, who is the MCA in charge of East Asembo. We have the CEC for health. I think he stepped out. Dr. Martin Konyango, who comes from Ugenya. And CEC governance was also here. I think he stepped out. Honorable Agundo Chanda, who comes from Ugunja. And the Chief of Staff has been speaking to us, so we know him. Thank you. Yeah. I don't need to introduce the advisor, Grace Ungile. She already spoke to us. Economic advisor. Thank you.
And I have to introduce myself, even though he mentioned it, because I am the only Kano in the house. Kano retired Cyrus Oguna from Alego. At this point, allow me now to open. I can see Dr. Kunyango is here. Dr. Kunyango, please. This is Dr. Martin Konyango, CEC for Health. Retired Kano also. Yes, I'm not the only one, but the only one who is a spokesperson. At this point, allow me, because of time, that we open it up, to reaction from the plenary. Please.
Thank you so much. My name is called Rapulo Hawi. I'm from Ugunja. There's only one thing that center in 5 constituencies or sub-counties. And I think the governor should be able to launch that, because in this Nyalore center or a hub, we have one youth creation and innovation. We have health information which looks at issues of cancer and many other diseases, agricultural marketing systems within that center, and then also waste management and knowledge hub. So I just want to introduce that, because that is something that if you run away with it, the governor, is something that after 5 years you can say I have 5 centers that have launched, and this is something I can measure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
It's supposed to be 6, not 5.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairman Kano, for giving me this permission to speak. I'm excited, I'm thrilled, never had such input before. My name is Professor Emily Adhiambo Rogena. I believe I'm diasporaist from Kisii. I'm from Game, but married in Kisii, with a lot of interests in Game as a sub-county. I love what I've heard, But I really need to add just a little more so that you may have a look at it in your improvements of this document. I have the belief that education is one of the best drivers for development. If you look at Thika town, look at Juja town, look at many towns, look at Moi as a city now, or a town, I think it's still a town, these areas have developed on a background of education. And therefore, this model city we are talking about ought to have some investors, encourage some investors, and improve probably even the public sector that we already have there. My idea is, and I think I want to believe I'm a Luo, I believe, and proudly so, that Luos have the best art. Luos are the best motor vehicle technicians. Luos are the best carpenters, and so on. Can this model and allow our technical skills and art to develop properly and harness it so that we do not have the rural-urban migration that we are seeing, and seeing our people living in squalor in the city rather than using their skills appropriately. And my humble request is that as you do the vocational training centers, let this be the centers of excellence, that kids will come from Muranga to come and learn and live there, and therefore use our real estate that we are going to develop as investors and develop these cities that we are talking about. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. Really, I also must add that...
Sorry, I forgot to say that I'm a professor in medicine, not a developer. That's a disclaimer. I just believe in development.
Well then, Daktari, I also need to add here that this is not the final document. Your views and contributions will be infused and incorporated in the final document. And thank you very much. You know, I remember that, you know, you always hear Otieno Mawaya, Otieno Marangi, Mutokupaka Rangi. You never hear of Wekesa or somebody else.
Thank you very much. My name is Maurice Omondi. I'm an industrialist by practice, mostly in leather. And I just want to say there's one thing that we have to fix: value addition of our raw materials. Number one, our number one client are our children in education. I schooled in Siaya, Ulafu to be precise, but Kodhiambo, but the first time I was putting on shoes was when I was going to Form 1, because it was a priority. I went home the other day, and I found that is a practice. How can we sort out this? In the previous government of Siaya, I approached the CEC industry then, and I gave a proposal. It was never bought, but I now took it to Nyeri. So last year we were installing the first footwear manufacturing factory, where they are adding value to their hides that we are throwing every day, and they are giving them to their children in a circular way, that money that has been allocated by the county government. I think this is the first thing that we need to start with, that if we have to industrialize, the first output is ourselves and our children. At this time and age, our children should not be going to school without shoes in their feet. Wanatembea mguu kama punda nyumbani. Let me use that word. But that is not, it cannot happen. For us to industrialize, we must we must be able to add value. So I'm only requesting, can this be given as a priority? Because every day when we have matangas nyumbani, kuna chinjwa. But we don't know the value of leather, of the skins. Let us commercialize, put up, if it is a tannery, or if it is, other people have taken it. I've just given you that I tried in Siaya and I ran and I took it to Nyeri. If you go to one of their vocational centers, it's a training center, but a production center at the same time. Another one is on agriculture, because of the rivers we have and the climate change that we have at the moment. In Ulafu, where I come from, we have several rivers, but again, we don't have food. How can we ensure that there's more rivers that we have? We can do little irrigations so that we can make sure that by the time people don't have food, we can be supplying them with the food that we have by doing very little that we have. Number three, entrepreneurship. Most of our people, because I'm in the leather sector, if you go to Kariako, for example, everybody who is doing those shoes that is being sold locally here are Luos. But all they have is that they were trained on job. They don't have any other paper, but they can be given papers that they can be absorbed in the industry that are coming, or even whenever you want to take them outside, you allow them to get papers through what they have, so that they can be given better jobs, not what is happening in Kariako, because somebody is making a shoe, and Papeo shoes is being paid 30 shillings, 20 shillings. How is that going to make somebody be able to help himself? So, on entrepreneurship development, capitation is a very big problem. We should develop a revolving fund to be able to help our own people, even in Nairobi, so that we start creating jobs in Nairobi, because if you see what other tribes are doing, if you go to Isili, they come together. And what they're doing, anybody else can do. But now we have just put our people to a point where you can only go work for them, because you don't know how to put money together, go bring things. Sometimes you become a mafia within themselves. Others, God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Morris. Next.
I believe I'm next. Yeah, thank you for giving me this opportunity. My name is Paul Sauke from Rarieda. I wanted to speak to the idea of the creative economy. Last night, I quickly sat down and wrote a thought starter on the same idea and shared with the concerned parties within the county. But the bottom line is that through the creative economy, we can actually revolutionize employment for our youths. You realize that Siaya produces the best of musicians. As we speak now, we are talking about Kanungo, we are talking about Tudongo Swag, we are talking about... And of course, we cannot forget Ochieng Kabasela, Ositokale, and the rest. And this can actually be developed into what we can easily refer to as Kababa wood. That would actually include even performing arts, include music and entertainment industry. I was already shared that thought starter, and I believe that it can be considered as one of the flagship projects. I had a few concerns in the CIDP, and one under page 59, the sewerage. You're talking about largely about use of septic tanks. We know what septic tanks did recently, but there are better technologies that are in the market currently. For example, the use of biodigesters. They're much cheaper and much ecologically beneficial to the environment. I've also seen that we've talked largely about industrialization, setting up of gineries. I would urge that when you are setting up gineries and the textile industry, please look at Rarieda in total, because Rarieda produces the highest amount of cotton. Secondly, Rarieda has partnered with the Kisumu National Polytechnic to set up a campus that is going to teach primarily agricultural sciences, and textile industry is very much part and parcel of that. I've also seen under number 11, a distillery in Ugunja. And I was thinking that this is a very good idea. This is a very, very good idea, because it can actually limit the public police conflicts. If we could use the Changa brewers in the villages as the supply, the source of supply, and then the distillery does the packaging the way they do it in Uganda, I think that would actually help a lot. Next is under agriculture still, there's need to also consider tomato canning, because Uyoma, as we speak now, produces a lot of tomatoes. A lot of it goes to waste, and that needs to be harnessed. Third, and I think Mr. Uma has alluded to this, that we could actually use our youth polytechnics as industrialization nurseries. Currently, the training paradigm is that if you are manufacturing, developing a house or teaching people how to build, you make your blocks. After that, you throw them away. These can actually be changed. You can actually even introduce CNC machining in those institutions to begin to do primary production of spare parts for motorbikes, for motor cars, for buses, etc. And that can actually also reduce the administrative and overhead costs in those institutions. Under mining, I noted that something that I've actually seen, I saw it in Migori, I've seen it in Waguso, that people are primarily concerned with the recovery of gold from the soil. In the process, they are destroying copper and other materials that come along as isotopes of gold. And I think these are also very valuable materials, especially cobalt now in the electric industry. And I think we need to begin to look very critically at how to recover those other materials, because that is also wealth we are sinking back into the soil. And in the process of mining of gold, they are using mercury basically by the artisans. And mercury right now, as you know, is banned under the Minamata Convention because of the health concerns associated with mercury. And I think as we do the mining, as we do all these activities, let us also be cognizant of the health problems that come along with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paul. Okay, you already have it, please.
Okay, thank you so much, Colonel.
So once you exhaust, then we go this way in an orderly fashion. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Governor, and your team. I think this is a very good meeting, I agree. And I hope this could have been happening several years before. And today I was expecting to get a summary of the performance of the previous CIDP, because I know as Professor Mtula said, she saw a lot of poor week to the end without proper clarity on why even the previous CIDPs failed. And yeah?
Your name, please.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I'm Caleb Wanga. I come from Mudiero in Ugunja constituency. I would like to make a proposal to the county government of Siaya in terms of enhancing access to credit. And we have land that is primarily not properly adjudicated. I'm not a land professional, so even if I use wrong word, Honorable Tiende, you'll just understand me. We have lands that just have those allotment numbers that were given some 60 or 70 years ago. A big chunk of our land cannot be used in terms of helping access to credit, which can help even young people to participate in agriculture. We can speak a lot of English, but if people cannot access credit, it will, after 5 years, we'll just be in the same circles. So our governor, as I know you are a lawyer, we have teams like Otiende and my brother and I and other members of parliament. You can help people, you can organize people to find a way of people getting proper legal documents for the land, which they can use for agriculture. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Caleb. Let's exhaust this side first. Once you're done with the mic, please pass it so that we are clear with this side, then we come here, and then we'll be done. Kindly.
Thank you so much. The meeting today is actually wonderful.
Hello. I'd like to thank the organizers and the governor in particular. I'd like to speak as a lawyer to issues of legal rights. And I would like to see more of it being taken up in the CID.
And maybe your name, sir?
My name is Sam Ogola. I come from Sigomre. I'm an advocate of the High Court. Legal rights, especially human rights, more specifically the rights of widows and orphans. And why I go to this is because a lot of money, a lot of resources are held in that area called succession. and succession causes have been in court for several years, going to 10, 20 years, and nothing can be done fundamentally. So I'm asking if the county government would take an interest and approach the judiciary with a view to bringing up a rapid results initiative on this issue of succession causes, so that we have nothing lying in terms of waste. And a lot of it is going to waste because they're taking things from orphans, they're taking land from widows. But I'm happy to hear that this CIDP is prioritizing a lot of issues, and that is my concern, because with the prioritization in an environment of lack of data, it becomes a big issue. But we must also remember that there are connectors. When we have realized these 8 key areas, there are connectors that we must think about. These connectors are things that people do not want to invest in because they don't have no quick gain, and it involves spending money. For example, one of them, it is the staff who's going to implement this. What is their mental attitude? Generally, our mental attitude as workers is, what's there in it for me? Unless we change that mental attitude, we are not going anywhere with this program, with this project. We are not going anywhere. Could we get the staff at the county government to have a different mindset than that was there in the previous years, where money goes to waste in terms of billions and no one is accountable? No one speaks. It's like it's the order of the day. It's our time to eat. Can we have a different mind shift? Unless we get that, we're going nowhere. And around this issue of mental mind shift, there are a lot of spiritual issues around it that we just need men of God to come and pray and set these people free. So, thank you so much. Let me give the opportunity for others.
Thank you so
good. Ron.
Thank you so much.
Niko na mic, eh?
Naomba tu kabisa tafadhali.
Yes, my name is Geoffrey Muga, and I'm teaching at the University of Nairobi. I come from Game, Kathomo, where it is said that a tree was cut, but later, the following day, the tree was found to have stood up again. And Wurkaya Tuchumu. Yeah, so thank you so much. I would want to really go back to what Mr. Boga presented in terms of the pillars. You gave us the 4 pillars: the social enterprise, the market, the industry, and the commercial, which really talks about linkages with the financial institutions. And then I'll tie that one with the presentation by Mr. Otieno. We've done a great job to this extent. We've mapped out the priority areas sector by sector, and we've identified the gaps and outlined the intervention areas. When a governor, from my expertise in monitoring and evaluation, I may want to urge you very much to strengthen the M&E unit in the county. That would really be very important now that we have identified the areas of intervention. We need now to move to the implementation level. And when we move there, we may want to do proper monitoring of those that we have lined up to do. In most cases, this is what makes organizations fail, because as some of us have already alluded, if we don't have data to enable us make proper decisions in good time, then we might not achieve those results that we have lined up to achieve. I've had the opportunity to work with some county governments around us, Kisumu being one of them. And monitoring, Bwana Governor, is a big issue. Because first and foremost, in the M&E framework that accompanies the CIDP, how do we monitor those indicators of progress that we have outlined there? And who does the monitoring? And to what extent do we resource the M&U unit? If we resource the M&U unit with the relevant experts and the relevant tools to monitor those indicators, then we might not succeed in realizing the impact that we want to do, to realize. And therefore, I want to tie that one up with the issue for learning, which is very silent in the CIDP. As we are doing the monitoring, do we capacitate the staff to draw out the lessons that they are learning as they are monitoring, so that we get to understand what is it that is working as we are implementing, and what is it that is not working and why? And then feed this into the reports that can help you, Bwana Governor, to make decisions at the right time. If we can have that kind of adaptive management style that draws heavily from the monitoring reports, then we'll be able to achieve the results for the Siaya people. That is my key message, Bwana Governor. Strengthen the M&D unit to help you get to know how we are moving with the indicators of progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Geoffrey. If we okay.
Thank you very much.
It will not move from this end until we are done. Quickly.
Thank you very much, Bwana Governor. As a soccer fan, sorry, my name is Jaro Soja. I'm a soccer fan. Sijaisikia mtu anaongea kuhusu football in Siaya. Na ningependa kupropose Bwana Governor tufanye tournament ya kuselect players kutoka kila kona ya Siaya, tukuwe na very strong team. Kitu ya pili, ningependa kuomba stadium yetu ikiisha ipewe Siaya Kababa International Stadium. I'm supposed to work under Madam Angeline Unigatie Boy do Pokaidu Barua. Pokaidu Barua. So Governor, Miabarua, Atie Boy Madam Angeline. Thank you.
Thank you, Jaro. Thank you so much.
Hello. I have a mic. Now I'm going to the gender aspect, I think.
The gender aspect.
Is
anybody else on this side before?
And need to take
Madam
this mic.
speaks. Mr. Mito, after okay, let's just a show of hands for those who wants to. Everyone, eh? Okay, this is your day. All right.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to give gratitude to the organizers. And my name is Dr. Christine Sadia. I come from Asembo, Rarieda. So, and I'm married in Diaspora. I'm in Bunyore, so I'm not in Asembo. But I have a lot of interest. May I take this opportunity first to acknowledge the ladies who come through the Siaya Women Professional, Christian Professional Association. I think they are the majority here. We want to thank Ben for giving us an opportunity to be here. We are many. We started in 2013. I don't want to give the history, but Siaya has been at our hearts. In fact, in our database, we have 65 of us. So if you need a database of professionals from Siaya 65, I would like to acknowledge one of the best ECD in Kibera and globally is done by one of us. Lily is there. So if you want a model of ECD that works and produces internationally, we have one of us here. I know there are many. I will not go to point them one by one. My point today will be this. I've looked at the CIDP, and I want to align myself with the thoughts that have been done by Professor Mitula. But more so, I want to focus on health. I think that area of CIDP has not been done well, because it is broad, and I do hope that if the sectoral plans are there, and if we are going to look at more about it, it should be data-driven, which had already just done a preliminary review of the preliminary report of KDHI's 2022. So I would want to cry data. I would have rather that we do not tell the governor what he should do, but should offer to say, "Enangoma wanwad watimo." Nikech wabro wuok kae to just wuoyo mang'eny gik magitimo. To gima gidwa dhi offer on a voluntary basis to be onge. Koro mon mantie go gin to giyie tiyo kodu. Gin expertise is very available. If the environment has been made available for them, I know their capabilities, and I know they can do that. Also, on behalf of Kenya Medical Women's Association, where I'm the president, Dr. Rugena is there, Dr. Obara is there, and we would be able to help with the angle of looking at the women, looking at women and children. And what is missing there is the adolescent reproductive health. I think it was weak, and it is still weak, and I think we need to speak to it, because if we don't develop that base, then there will be no development in Siaya. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Christian. Next, please, let's try to be quick because of time.
Thank you very much. I must, because I have a cold. I'm sorry. I'll be very brief. My name is Dr. Rosemary Obara, public health specialist. I just want to thank the governor and all the leaders for this meeting. I want to contribute to the health aspect. We need to focus on primary health care. If we do that, then we are going to strengthen the human resource that is going to work in the agricultural sector. And we know there is evidence that if you implement primary health care, for every dollar you invest in primary health care, you save $16 in terms of expenditure resulting from, diseases like malaria, HIV, NCDs. Those are the hypertension, the cancers, and so on. So let us not forget that, because I saw NCDs were not mentioned. Those cancers were not mentioned as a priority. But we need it to continuously be seen that, even here, we have people with high blood pressure, all these conditions, especially at our age. So I just want that we focus on primary health care as we focus also on looking at specialized care, like those hospitals you save. Yeah, so I think that's really something that I want to emphasize.
Thank you. This side, please. Yeah. And try to be a bit brief, kindly.
And livestock, which is very important. But that's not what I want to talk about. What I want to talk about is about climate change. Climate is now a global issue. And now even you cannot succeed even in agriculture if farmers do not know about the changing weather patterns. So what I'm suggesting to the county government is that they can organize for groups or farmers to be trained about issues to deal with climate change. Or alternatively, you can train county staffs about issues of climate change to impart the news to the farmers so that they understand. You can do farming, but when you don't understand the changing weather pattern, you will be doing zero work. So we are expert on climate change. We can be engaged to train. We can even train staff or farmers or groups. That's very, very important area which was ignored. Largely ignored in the document I've seen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mito.
Thank you so much, Governor and the team. This is a good initiative which you have started. I will talk on infrastructure. Quite a number of us have talked on agriculture, but if we don't talk about infrastructure, then even our products might get rotten in the farm, isn't it? So, if you check chapter 2 on performance review, that is on the Ministry of Roads. I wish the minister was here. In the previous document, which was 2018-2022, they stated that they were supposed to do tarmac of 20 kilometers. After 5 years, it was 2 kilometers. So, what went wrong that they had to do only 2 kilometers? So in this document, please come up with how many kilometers you want to tarmac, because at the end of the day, we might be opening roads, we don't gravel them, the public money has been lost. If you walk around, the previous regime really opened so many roads which were never graded, never graveled. I know when it comes to budgeting, and I believe CIDP is the basis when you are going to do ADP, isn't it? So, can you talk to your MCAs to put their priorities right? Like, for example, where I come from, Rarieda. All the MCAs have put their money on water. Some of them, they want to buy cows. All the roads, nothing. You find an MC has put only 2 roads. The rest has remained to the MP, and if the road is bad, it is the MP and the governor. They are not talking about the MCA. So, ensure that when you are doing this thing, put it rightfully. Let us avoid opening roads, maintain the existing ones. Okay? And if you have a challenge with the personality, the technicality, we have a national government.
The final edition of the CIDP. If you allow, maybe just to have the last 5, Governor, with your permission. Yeah, the last 5. So you be 1, 2.
Have the mic?
Yeah, that's for your number 1. 2, 3, and then 5 for the back. Maybe you can just allow 1 more 6. Kindly.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much.
Okay.
All protocols observed. My name is Hilary Onyango from County Engagement Forum. My contribution is this. I've gone through the CIDP. One thing that is lacking in the CIDP is that it lacks a theory of change. We keep on, we try to fit into some sort of a log frame approach.
Sorry, I didn't get your name, sir.
Hilary Onyango.
Hilary.
Yes. It lacks a theory of change, and this is my proposal. Can the county government of Siaya make the polling station the unit of development? So that I know that I come from a particular primary school or from a particular polling station, then I will work on the developments around that particular area from a perspective of PPP approach. It is easier that way. Second thing that is also very fundamental for us to look at when we look at this, we are talking about agriculture. I looked at that document. The document does not follow what we call a value chain approach. The people looking at that thing, it's isolated, it is in silos. So can we apply a value chain approach so that we can get the right thing in terms of developing agriculture holistically? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah, you are number 2.
Thank you so much for this occasion. I think I wanted to talk on something that Jarosoja have talked about. My names are Samuel Onyango Odero, commonly known as Sam Steve. I want to actually address something on mentorship, and I'm interested in youth mentorship. And I'm actually not going to say what Jarosoja was saying, but I'm going to work with Madam Honorable Angeline. Okay. There is something which I wanted to address here, which I'm not seeing coming out clear. It is about youth mentorship, especially follow-up of talented children. We have Rift Valley doing great, and in Siaya we can also emulate or do it. The Kalenjin community in Nandi or in Rift Valley, they always have academies, they always follow children which do athletics and take them up to national and to professional levels. We also have very good footballing mentality in Nyanza, and Siaya being one of them. I think we need to also put this in our consideration as Siaya, that the children need to be followed from primary, secondary, even up to university, those who are talented, so that they can do well and be linked even abroad. And to do this, a fund should be set in the budget of the ministry. I think, Madam Angeline, you need to set a fund which is going to do this, because most of our children after leaving secondary school, some turn to be hunters. Okay. And some come to Nairobi to go to Mjengo. So I think what needs to be done, they need to be a follow-up, setting of a fund, and making them professionals.
Thank you so much. We've heard you. Allow me really to recognize the presence of Dr. Ouko, who was the chair of the task force. Daktari, karibu sana. I know we all want to talk. We gave a chance for only 5 people. We are at number 3 now. We have got 2 left. But for those who have got views and want the views to be captured, I want to pass this email address that you can be able to forward your views, opinions, and they'll be captured and incorporated into the final CIDP. I'm not sure if you have a pen with you. If you have a pen, kindly, I'll go slowly. Yes? Just hold on, I'll give you a chance. E-planning all in small at siaya.go.ke. E-planning at siaya.go.ke. I also want to recognize the presence of Professor Renjo. Please feel very much welcome. Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Carol Radul. Unfortunately, there's no title. It's intimidating being here. I'm Nyasakwa from Bondo, and I'm glad that the conversation actually turned to sport. He took some of the words out of my mouth, so I won't repeat what he was about to say. But as somebody in the sport industry, currently I was recently appointed chair of the Sports Technical Committee under the Ministry of Sport. And one of the basic things we're supposed to do is put money in the pockets of sports people. On a national level, it's a huge task. I don't see why, at a Siaya level, we can try and be an example for the rest of the country. We have so much talent beaming through the seams. We continuously talk about lack of employment. But a sport industry that's run properly can employ hundreds and hundreds of thousands of youth. I notice with a lot of our clubs in our area, they don't know how to run clubs because it is somebody with a little bit of money who starts as a football club. But when I look at the brains just in this room, I think there are some people here who can lend their services to some of our sports clubs. They don't have professional marketers. They don't know how to market themselves. The players don't know how to brand themselves. They need team doctors on match day. They need lawyers to help players to go through their contracts so that they're not exploited. And I believe we have so much of that in this room alone. So I'm going to ask Madam CEC if she can create some sort of forum where we can have deeper discussions around sport. I'm glad to hear there'll be a talent academy at Migwena. The Siaya Stadium. Okay, we're waiting. I was there last year. It's okay. I trust that it's going to be developed, but if we can also get more grounds, we just need good basic grounds with a little bit of grass, and then you give the youth the grass to maintain. Right now, they fall once and there's an injury waiting to happen. So if you can look at sport as an industry, as we discuss agriculture and education and infrastructure, let's think of sport as an industry, as something that can also contribute revenue to the county. Now, just separately and very quickly, I'm also a farmer. I farm at a moderate level, but I farm in Isinya. I would love to farm in Bondo. Maji yonge, pi, water. I told my mother I was coming here today, and she said water, water, water. But I've had several projects in the pipeline, and I'll hope for the best on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last two, you, and then then finally Professor Renjo with the last one for today, and then the others, you can be able to use the email address, and please let's get your views and opinions through our email. Is that okay, Governor? All right. Kindly, please.
Comments on one on investment, which are on investment. I think the legal team needs to come up with very enabling policies, because as we dream about having affordable housing and all these cities, we need enabling policies, especially land policies, which are going to be attractive, which are not going to be limiting, because as an investor, when I come in, I want to not to be taken round and round and round, so that when at the end of it, I get frustrated and leave. And two, still on that, we've talked very well about agriculture. But what is happening, if we all see, is that those big portions where agriculture can be done sustainably are being converted into homes. So where are we? How are we going to have sustainable agriculture when we cannot have places to cultivate? I do not want to I don't want us to go to the Kiambu way here, where all the coffee farms have been turned into estates. So you need to look into that, and the county needs really to think seriously about what's happening. Then also on our riparian land, we have so much. Our riparian land is actually getting damaged. We have rivers which are no longer rivers. What are we doing about that? So in that, we really need to put in a very considerable thought into how we are going to sustain that and sustain our riparian land, because that basically is the basis of agriculture. Last is on education. We've talked again about agriculture, but if we are not educated from the beginning of the importance of agriculture, then I don't think we are going to go anywhere. So the CEC, who is in charge of education, needs to really think about how we are going to make sure that apart from what we have in the curriculum, national curriculum, we need to have some, I don't know how it's going to be done, but we need to really have a mindset, a mind shift, so that we do not have our children who go to school and instead of coming back and seeing how they can actually create employment, the only employment that they would know is to go and ride borders. We need to have that mind shift where, as they go for education, they are thinking of how they are going to create employment themselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Omala. Yes.
Yeah.
Him,
Okay.
and then I think you'll have to wait. Perhaps because both of you have got the mic, you'll go first, then you, then finally. Okay. Fine.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone. I'm Dr. Wurponge. I work for the African Policy Center, JAGM. Right, thanks to the team that has come up with this CIDP. You've done some very good work. Just 2 or 3 comments. One, with regard to the sector of education, youth affairs, sports, gender and social services, there's a mention of a school feeding program on pilot basis in East Asembo and West Alego. I just wanted to find out if this one has been evaluated, and if so, what was the impact? Is there a likelihood of replication and scale up of this project? And why has this not been prioritized and budgeted for in the CIDP? Number 2, in the sector of agriculture, livestock and fisheries, you do mention that to improve agricultural production and productivity, the sector will, among other things, establish an agricultural training center. And we are aware that the one that we had in Siaya was transformed into a university college. So I'm just trying to find out, how are we going to build human resource capacity in agriculture without an agricultural training center? You do mention this as a need, but then you fail to prioritize this, and you have not even budgeted for it. So if at all it is to be considered, where will this one ultimately be, right? And what, where will this ultimately be? And in terms of agricultural value chain addition, I think this one is in the sector of fishing and aquaculture. Just inquiring, what are the main elements of value addition that are anticipated in this, rather than just mentioning value addition? What specifically are we going to talk about? And then in land, physical planning and housing, there is a mention of the need to improve motorized and non-motorized transport. And my main area here is on non-motorized transport, because many people in Siaya County use this as a mode of transport. So, having mentioned non-motorized transport, you identified the need for cycling land and lanes, as well as secure parking for bicycles. Now my question is, where are these to be implemented? Why have they not been prioritized, and why have they not been budgeted for? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ponge. The final one.
Thank you very much. My name's Cleophas Ogutu. My background is electrical engineering. So I will start first by what is relevant to my profession. And when I look at the CIDP, on the part of infrastructure, I didn't see much on matters increasing electricity access. Our electricity access in the country right now is at 75%. 46 of that percentage was brought about by the program which is called Last Mile. Siaya, our electricity access rate is at 32%, which is far much below the national electricity access. And for this matter, I would also like to talk of low-hanging fruits. In Siaya, we have 1,679 transformers that just require what we call maximization. Maximization is where you ensure that any household or any business premise within 600 meters of an existing transformer should be supplied with electricity and a last mile. Now that calls for a lot of participation back at home, and it also calls for a lot of lobbying for us to do that. It also calls for a lot of sensitization at times, because of our complex nature, an infrastructure wants to pass in your land and you say no. So I am appealing to this matter of electricity access as part of infrastructure. If you are not aware of the capacity and the potential you have in terms of the professionals who can assist you there, please, we are ready, and we would like to have an input on that. On the second one, which is also dear to nearly all the speakers are talking about it, matters agriculture. As one of the intervention measures, I heard the speaker talking of supporting the youth, and I thought that would be supported by saying supporting the youth and women. So if it is left hanging like that, then maybe that part can be modified to include women. Now, I'm technical, but at times I like being very real and very simplistic in my approach to things. When you're talking of supporting youth, the reality on the ground when I go home shows that most of our youths do engage on matters border. Now, the way border business operates, if you want to support the same youths on matters agriculture, then don't give them equipment. The first thing you need to do, explore the possibility of changing their mindset on matters agriculture in this way. Simple things, no money. Please, I am pleading with the CEC and whoever is in charge of matters, border and that kind of business to train our people to work in shifts. What I mean by that is this. If you go to any market center in Siaya, Mainango Market Center inclusive, you find a lot of youths who are just idling there. There's technology. These people need to organize themselves in some sort of circles or cooperative groups so that the earning in a day is not a competition between the people who are having borders, but is a collective earning for all the members there, and therefore there will be not too much competition for somebody to be there in the market, idling, gossiping, and not back at home. So if you organize them to work in 3 shifts, let some people wake up at 4, work until 10, let the other groups, with the support that you're going to give them, let them go to the shamba. Let the rest, the other people start at 10, work until 4, let the other group work from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. That doesn't need money, it needs sensitization and a mindset change. And that will work. You are going to decongest the market where they crowd, and you are going to avoid so many criminal things that happens there, and you will engage them well on matters agriculture that you want to support. The other thing that I seriously want to talk about is us, the professionals. I have this feeling that the professionals from Nyanza and the vast lowlands, and for those who come from Kisumu, Siaya area, we start being professionals when we are in Kisumu. If you are going home, if you are going home, you drop being a professional in Kisumu. If you are coming back from home, you pick it. Why am I saying that? We don't network and we don't know each other. We strive in some funny, isolated, and one-man show. I am glad if I look this side, through some ways, God made me to know Professor Ugena. I can see some people that I learned with, and apart from just what made me to know them, there are things that we've done with them that doesn't require money. What I'm talking about here, how do we leverage on our human capital? How do we leverage on networks? How do we leverage on just who we are? I want us to go back, give back to society, not by whatever we write or showing our professional prowess in terms of writing, but I want us to go back home and inspire and do role modeling and motivate. The final one, we also know, for us the professionals, there's a lot of dependency level on us, and we need to structurally approach this to help ourselves by going back in the village, as I said, and let us not go back there and sit. Let us form small sectors in the village, let us form CBOs, and let us have thematic areas that are in tandem with what the CECs do, so that we go to them and we help them in implementing the CIDP. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Really, it's a very, very good point. I know all of us have got many good points, many contributions that we need to make. But again, a day can only be stretched too far. And for those that still have views and opinions and contributions to make, please you can give them online. I also gave out an email address. You can be able to forward them through that email address, and I'll go through that email address again. It is eplanning@siaya.go.ke. eplanning.siaya@siaya.go.ke. And thank you very much for those very good contributions. Very, very good contributions that we will be able to factor into the final CIDP to make it much, much stronger and to make it very solid so that it can be the pathway that will be able to guide us as we move to the Siaya that we really aspire to be. Governor, allow me to, with your permission, to invite the chair of the task force to make a few remarks. Dr. Uko, tafadhali.
Yeah, thank you very much, Cyrus. Your Excellency, the Governor, and Your Excellency, the First Lady, Mama County, and our leaders from the parliamentary side, CEO Tenya Molo, and those who are here. I would like to say, first of all, good evening. And of course, the eminent thinkers, professors and professionals from Siaya. I respect you and I honor you. And I think your presence here just shows how rich we are in terms of human capital. Your Excellency, I just arrived from a very long a long journey from international commitment. And I had to arrive and come straight here because this was very important to me. I wish I could have cut short my visit there so that I could have been with you here from 1:30. But nevertheless, I'm here. What I really would like to say, I had, first of all, for those who don't know, I had the opportunity to chair the task force, of which one of the major recommendations was this CIDP, which we are discussing. As we worked, I'm sure the task force, of course, Dr. Grace Ongele is here, was one of the task force members, and I see that they had already spoken, so I won't take long. This CIDP today is marking, in a way, Governor, the start of the implementation of our recommendations of the task force. Because CIDP was very important to us, because the way we saw the CIDP, it was, once we have deliberated today with you and you have given your input, it was going then to be the roadmap, which now we are going to granularize. And as I hear you people contributing, a lot of the contributions here are actually embedded in the CIDP in terms of how they're going to be prioritized. To reprioritize and be patient with them in the sense that you'll have to just pick a few to drive in the first year and maybe second year. So please don't feel disheartened that maybe you haven't seen or you won't see specific contributions you've made being acted on. It is actually in plan and it is going to be actually taken seriously. And what I believe is going to come out of this is really another working group which will now granularize the things which have come out here and mainstream it in the various departmental units for it now to be now managed and rolled out. So I really don't have much. I know you have discussed a lot, so I would like just to, thank you. And one of the recommendations, by the way, Governor, we had made and we had discussed is that you must find a forum whereby occasionally you invite these people, not only to look at the CIDP, but just, invite somebody suggesting about we people coming apart from the reports, we must now come and living our professionalism in Kisumu. We must now start actually bring them one day just for coffee, coffee somewhere. Yeah, coffee where you just say, you announce that governor is having coffee, I don't know where, somewhere in Siaya. So we can come and pay for it. Yeah. So that, but the fact that you can give us that opportunity to invite us, make it a point to invite us maybe every half year and maybe every December. Yeah, so that we just talk the way we are talking and we take stock. Yeah, and then you can also tell us, no, out of the things you talk, I only picked some few, but please be patient. We are working, but then you get enrichment from that. And the fact of involvement, like we are saying, really, we should not leave our professionalism in Kisumu. Let us bring it down to Mashinani. So with that, I really thank you and wish you all well. And Governor, just keep your eye on the ball. You've got the framework now. Thank you very much, and good luck.
Thank you very much. Really, as we get to the tail end of this event, I wish to say that this event could not have been possible without some partners that we have. No, you're going to call him, sir. Yeah, you're going to call him. Yes. After the partner, then you call him, sir. Yeah. The partners who have been able to make this event, successful. Earlier on, I had acknowledged the contribution by ACT Kenya. I also did mention about Path International and also AMREF. And then allow me also to give just maybe 2 minutes to Mr. Konomore to speak on behalf of the partners before the governor invites the member of parliament for Rarieda. Konomore, tafadhali.
Thank you very much, retired colonel, the only retired colonel in the room. Oh, there are two. I'm very sorry. Very good. Thank you very much, and good evening, everyone. It's indeed really a pleasure to be amongst the eminent ladies and gentlemen from Siaya County. I am a friend of Siaya County, but for those from Kisumu County, I'm from Kisumu. But we are brothers and sisters with the Siaya people, and really grateful to be here, Your Excellency, the Governor and the First Lady, who have been my friends for a long time, and all protocols observed. When I was approached, or when we were approached by your team, Your Excellency, and namely Benjamin Agina and Benedict Omolo, to consider supporting this event, for us it was a first. And I'll be introducing our team that is here. But we thought, okay, this is interesting, and it's not very expensive, but it'll have high impact. Being able to, for a county to come to Nairobi and meet with its people, the diaspora that are in Nairobi, and be able to share your plans, get feedback from them. Not every county does this. I dare say probably less than 10 do this. And I think I must commend Siaya County and the governor and your team for doing this. I think this is really an important move, and I'm glad to hear what Dr. Oko has said, that you should do this periodically. And I think we welcome this. Yes, other partners were mentioned, but I stand here on behalf of the British High Commission, or the UK Aid, which works with ACT. ACT is our implementing partner on our devolution program. So I just want to quickly introduce the team and just say a few things. From the British High Commission, we have John Olo Manyolo, right at the back. John Olo Manyolo is our regional advisor for the Lake region and Western Kenya. So that's the man you should be seeing first if you really want to get some quick things done. John Olo Manyolo is your man. And I believe you're from this county. Yeah. So I'll be quality assuring to ensure that he's not favoring Siaya when we are discussing projects. Yeah, John, thank you very much. I want to introduce Benedette Omondi. Benedette Omondi heads our accountability and results team. She's very senior. In fact, when I'm here, she's my boss. That's our art team, accountability and results team. Benedette's team basically looks across the British High Commission, ensures that your programs are complying to the systems, the evaluations are being done, the audits, and the whole finance team. So she knows where all the money comes and where it's going. Are you from this county? Very good. Kumbe British High Commission has a lot of Siaya presence. I need to go check if there are Kisumu guys there. Very good. And then from the ACT team, Mr. Tom Were, he's the chief executive from Kisumu County. That was a coincidence, but he's the chief executive or the CEO of ACT Kenya that's implementing the program. And he is accompanied by his team. I see Masi Wangoi, who works on the PFM part of the program. Thank you, Masi. Dora Clemency, who leads on the knowledge management aspects of our devolution program. And Michael Juma, I don't know, is Michael, and Michael Juma, yes. Michael leads the social accountability and from this county. You're from this county? Where? Very good. It's a coincidence. If I bring the whole team, there are other people from other parts of the country. Today, it seems the one from Siaya decided to be here. But very quickly, I think there's a growing interest amongst Kenyans who are in the urban areas, the bigger urban areas, in what is happening in our counties. And I think Siaya, you have tapped quite brilliantly into that resource, because from here you never know what all these professionals are going to go back and do and look for resources or look for other partnerships and bring to the county. So I think that is one thing I want to commend. The UK, if I may say a few words, the UK government in Kenya operates with or is guided under a framework of a UK-Kenya partnership running from 2020 to 2025, signed between then President Kenyatta and then Prime Minister Boris Johnson. And that covers a number of areas. Prosperity and economic development is one, security and stability is another, climate change is another, what we call people to people is another, where a lot of our innovation work takes place, and lastly, sustainable development, which is where our devolution program is, and which is the program that is with you here today. Our engagement with Siaya, I was just thinking through and seeing some of the things that we do or that we have done with Siaya. One, we have a social accountability program through this devolution program in 16 counties. Siaya is one of them. And I'm told that out of that social accountability work, Your Excellency, a lot of your team has been quite responsive. Whenever the citizens are able to identify an issue, whether it's on health, whether it's on water, your government or your officers on the ground have been responsive to those citizens. And I think there's a lot of work that is done by people like Chris and others who are involved in that social accountability. Two, we have had the Girls' Education Challenge. I don't know if you've seen that. That has been funded directly from London into a number of counties here. I think the first round ended, and there could be for the UK. Three is the blue economy. Siaya fronts the Lake Victoria, and the blue economy for us is something we are taking a notch higher. In the last year, this program that I lead has provided technical assistance to the Lake Victoria Blue Economy multi-agency team, of which Siaya is a part, because that's part of the Lake Region Economic Bloc. And we are now coming in this year to support a proper monitoring and evaluation framework of all the blue economy activity taking place in the region. We also met, I don't know if, I think he was leaving, the Vice Chancellor of JOUST, Professor Gong, and I think he told me he's leaving, but really great partner, and I hope whoever comes in after him is going to continue with that. And we're looking at working with the Lake Victoria Research, the Blue Economy Research Hub that JOUST has established. And we're looking at that being the knowledge management and evidence hub of blue economy in the region, but most likely even in the country. The facility is there, it's just to come and equip it. So we have been talking to the University College London that has a program around blue economy to see how we can partner on that. It's still at initial stages, but we shall keep you posted as soon as that does happen. I think it's important to note that the Commission for Revenue Allocation is now going to work on having blue economy as one of the variables for resource allocation, for revenue allocation. We don't have it now. And if they do, Lake Victoria fronting counties are bound to benefit in a great way. We are going to work with CRA and give them support to be able to come up with that. And as I wind up, I was happy to see, I caught a presentation on the CIDP, and I was happy to see an estimate that, if I'm not wrong, the next 5 years, Siaya estimates to collect 4.2 billion on OSR, through OSR, in 5 years. The Commission for Revenue Allocation begs to differ. If you read the Revenue Potential and Tax Gap Study released last year, which we funded, they say Siaya has the potential to collect 2.7 billion per year. And they give the revenue streams that Siaya should probably go back and explore. And I liked hearing those who are talking about data, that I think we probably need to come together and invest in data and statistics. There must be a lot of potential in all your sectors that is untapped. And in our office, we've got the Office of National Statistics of the UK that has been working with KNBS, but we are now introducing them to the counties. And we are looking at how to help county governments, as required by law, to establish robust data offices and statistics offices, so that counties can collect their own, and not rely on anyone else who's going to decide this is what your county is about. You should be able to collect your own data and use that for your economic development. So I think you can challenge yourselves. And we have seen the new leadership of county governments that have come in together with Your Excellency. There's a lot of good leadership, even in our region, that has come in. And 50% of increasing our revenues, 50% of our economic development is just good leadership. Yeah, there's no magic about it. And I'm glad that the steps you're beginning to take alongside a lot of your colleagues is showing that you've got a lot of good leadership. So I want to commit that one of the requests that came from the team is that we also have a round table with development partners. We are willing to support that, Your Excellency. When you're ready, let us know. We shall get our colleagues from the other embassies and high commissions to meet with the Siaya team. But I think maybe that is best done when you have finalized your CIDP and approved it, so that you can present to them and they cherry pick what they want. There are a number of devolution programs coming up by the end of the year, so I think the timing is good. UNDP are finalizing theirs, the EU are finalizing theirs, and I think if you have your CIDP by end of the financial year, we can tap into some of those programs that are coming out or coming up. Yeah, I think that's really what I would want to say. I think also from the British High Commission, we can host you to a roundtable with us, because within our office we've got a health program, we've got an education program, we've got an economic development program, trade program, and many others. And while we will support you to meet everyone else, we can also host you as the office. I'd probably want to do that when the new High Commissioner comes in. Yeah, because the current High Commissioner, I think, leaves next week. The new High Commissioner reports end of July. We don't know when they get to give their papers to the President, but probably into September, and you'll have done 1/4 of your new financial year, and you'll be in control of your budget. and we can hold that meeting. So I think just to thank you again for the opportunity. We are happy to have supported you for this meeting, and we will work with you, Siaya County, to help you achieve your goals. So with that, I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
As the governor comes to the stage, allow me to inform the owner of the vehicle number KCS 746U. KCS 746U, please attend to your vehicle. Kindly, please. Governor.
Very briefly, before I probably say the last word, I got two members of the County Assembly. I think you come here, just say your name. There's speeches. I think we're getting to a time when the law of diminishing returns is beginning to reflect in many of our faces. And as you know, this CIDP is going to end up in the County Assembly. That's why many of them are not here. The document will finally get to them.
Thank you, His Excellency the Governor, my MP, Dr. Tienda Molo, the Cabinet of Siaya, the professionals from Siaya. For me, I'm Monguru Godon Onyango, a member of County Assembly representing East Assembly Ward in Rarieda Sub-County. We are very happy, and I want to thank the Governor for this step you have taken. It is in the right direction. We beg you, as professional from Siaya, bring this expertise back home. Don't just come back in coffins. Thank you.
That's a serious one. That's a serious one. God on no worry. Now, come.
To the Governor and our First Lady, our partners, my names are Francis Otiato, MCA Imbo East, Chairman Legal and Justice Committee, and a member of Budget. But Governor, allow me also to appreciate some of the few members that I know from Imbo here. I've seen Professor Fulo somewhere there. I saw Professor Pielo Lumumba was here. I've seen Professor Adam Solo. So Imbo also, we have very many professors. We have, yeah, no, I started with professors. And yeah, and technically I'm also Dr. Teatro. So, Governor, just from the side of the Assembly, being that serving my second term, I want to say that so far working with you has been a bit easy. Last time we had a lot of issues, and I made noise almost throughout the 5 years. But as at now, I think things are working. We really call, like even the Dr. Uko's report, if it finds its foot into the Assembly, so that we also read it, work on it, and do a report on it, so that our implementation committee can also be following, will be very, very good. You have had a request that we really need to have these kind of meetings. We passed something here called Heroes and Honors for Siaya County. How I wish that our Heroes and Honors be now implemented, so that our professionals we are calling home here, we award them at a particular time, where you give us OGW, or if you want to give somebody CRE, OCS. But then we only do this based on what they have done, on which sectors they have impacted us in the community. May God be with you.
You said you started with professors, but you forgot the others. Now it's my honor and privilege to call upon
the honorable member for Rarieda constituency, Dr. Paul Otiende Amolo.
Senior Counsel, Governor of Siaya, the First Lady, the Cabinet, and the entire Siaya Executive, the County Assembly, as represented by the MCAs who've spoken, the development partners, the professionals, the business people, the stakeholders from Siaya. Good evening. Thank you. First, I'll be very brief. As the governor said, it is that time when darkness beacons, and it's a Friday. Yes. And there are those who've traveled from Siaya and understand they don't know their way around Nairobi, so they need to move when there's still some light. First, I want to thank you and the entire Siaya team. I've been now a member of parliament. This is my second term. And I have not had occasion to be invited to a Cidp. And so this is my first. So I want to thank you. Okay? But secondly, I didn't know that Siaya County would usually have an office in Nairobi. I was pleasantly surprised when Governor Orengo invited me here, not today, a little earlier, to come and see it, and now here today. So I also want to thank you that now you've established an office where the people of Siaya in Nairobi can come anytime they want. When I was invited, three things struck me in the letter. It's CIDP, County Integrated Development Plan. So I asked myself, usually we have a development plan. Why the word integrated? But I've seen why that word is used. For integrated is usually the process of amalgamation. In fact, the process of bringing things together and combining. And as I understand it, that's exactly why we are here. So there is not just something developed by the county government only, but it's something that has an input of the rest of us. The second thing that struck me was the idea of validation. It is important that when you develop something, you have the opportunity to validate it. Because it's in validation that you can either confirm the soundness of what you've developed, the accuracy and the legitimacy. And I think by us being here, and I listened very carefully, nobody came out and rubbished the whole document. People only contributed to how it can be improved, hence the word validation. But what struck me more was the word diaspora. You know, ordinarily, diaspora usually connotes a dispersion of people from their original place or home. And usually we use diaspora for people who are abroad. So for the first time, I realized I was being called diaspora. And that the rest of you are all diaspora. So I think it's a good thing, but don't delude yourself that you go home and say, now you are diaspora. I think there's still international diaspora and national diaspora. You are just national diaspora, just here in Nairobi. I want to thank you because I came here to listen, not to speak. And I came here to listen because there are areas of intersection with our work and the county government, especially the shared roles around roads, education, security, and health. And it's only by interacting with the county government that we know how best to serve the citizens. If we don't interact, we would have an occasion to designate a particular road for development, and yet the county government had already designated it. And you end up with a situation where you find two signboards on one road, which means one person ate the money. Because only one will have done that work. So only when we interact, then we know this one has been taken by the county government, this has been taken by, even if it's a school, the county government deals with ECD. We deal with the primary and secondary. But the ECDs are built in the compounds of primary schools. And let me tell you, once an ECD is built, you will not stop anybody from taking class 1 or class 2 pupils to that ECD. So we interact, and that's why we must interact. And that's why I keep encouraging my colleagues that we must interact with the county government and support them. But it's also a welcome thing, Governor. You know, to come here, my brother, Dr. Uko, said that he encourages you to be calling people in Siaya so that we can come there and all that. That is a good thing. But me, I speak for those in Nairobi. Call us here, in this place, for any reason or for no reason. And that distillery, the one in Ugenya, that you, Ugunja, also provide one here, so that we can come every quarter, Dr. Uko, and we just, contribute. It's called public participation. There's a good word for it. And my brother Omore here will be happy to sponsor it. Public participation. We just come here and publicly participate. I want to thank all of us who have come. And I'm particularly impressed that there's a very good representation from Rarieda. Yes? MCA, there are only 2 MCAs here. One of them is from Rarieda, Gordon Onguru. Thank you. There are 2 cabinet secretaries, cabinet CECs members from Rarieda. Both of them are here. Dr. Edgar Utumba, Grace Akama is here. Our key presenter, Professor Mitula, is from Rarieda. She is the daughter of my uncle. Hello. Oh, you are saying what? Dr. Sauke, who spoke there? Dr. Sauke. That is Dr. Sauke from Rarieda. Dr. Sadia, Daktari from Rarieda Asembo. Engineer Mito, that is from Rarieda. Journalist Ayoki, where is he? He spoke here. Stand up. All those ones contributed. So what more do I say? And yet, if there was time, more would have contributed. You know, other than those ones who contributed, we have many people here. I saw Oluga. Oluga is there. Ojode is somewhere there. Dick Oneko. Where's Dick? Dick is there. You know, Jarunda is there. Who else? Hey, Okelo. Okelo, Chief Officer is here. The rest from Rarieda, just stand up so you acknowledge. Don't blame me if your MP is not here. Those from Rarieda, just stand up, acknowledge those from Rarieda. Hello. Thank you very much and God bless you.
Dr. Tiende is enjoying people from other sub-counties. I can tell you if you have to repeat the exercise, for example, Ugunja, you may have to eat your words. But me, I'm on a safe ground, whether you're from Rarieda, from Ugenya, from Ugunja, Alego Usonga, Bondo, Game, you're all the same people for me. And I need you all the time. For a first meeting, I am really, really impressed. Initially, we were planning for about 30 to 40, and then we talked about 70. At some point, we were saying maximum 100. But with your team, we got more and more courageous. And I think with you in the house, Dr. Tiende's idea may work very well. It looks like instead of 150, why not call the diaspora? The whole, everybody from Siaya, who lives in Nairobi, just come. And Con and his team will meet the bill. No, but that is not to appreciate what the partners have done. And we are hoping that in our future engagements, not just by making it possible for us to meet, but they have wonderful ideas. A lot of the things that we are discussing, they have made comparative studies. They got a longer reach because they the people they represent or the partners don't just operate in Kenya, they operate elsewhere. So we can learn from the best. Now, on the issue of data, it has come out consistently throughout. And I can tell you, it is work in progress for us. Even to determine the efficacy of some of the programs we've had in the agricultural sector without data, you can never know whether what you're doing is got impact or whether the people appreciate. And we had a meeting with Safaricom as LREB. The issue of data came, but how to put it in place hit some turbulence. But as a county, we are taking head on. We must have a database. Even on the question of on-source revenue, without data, you can't work effectively. For example, if you had the data of businesses in Bondo, if you are collecting revenue, you would be able to know whether you have actually gone to every business person in Bondo. Because actually, now we just depend on what our revenue clerks are doing in the markets. But if you have data with a register or an inventory of businesses, lots of things would work easy. And there are many things which came out from our discussions, which for us we have been grappling with. But whenever I face a crisis, Eddie told me, don't think of these things as an event. Think of it as a journey. And it's not a journey for 5 years. If you make it for 10 years, you can even plan better. So I find solace in that statement that you made. We are hoping, and in fact, the existence of this office has made me more determined to make this office operate. There are people who have wanted to talk to, and when you talk to them about coming to Siaya, the time and budgets become a constraint. And sometimes even the partners, the embassies, when you keep on going to their to their offices, and they can't come and see you where you're operating. Again, that raises questions. So I ask you to support this Liason office here in Nairobi. We can share some of the things that we have talked about constantly, and also get you to talk to some people who are making a difference. Okello and I know somebody in Asembo. If you want to buy a pig and you go to his farm, he'll not give it to you because he cannot produce enough for his client. And there in Asembo, somebody is supplying pigs 3,000 to 4,000 a week and is not, producing enough. So the sky is really the limit if you put our head to it. I am hoping that to have a round table of business people and academicians and so on a regular basis. Sometimes we think about things that other people can analyze, like, Professor Mutula was making this, it looks so simple. In fact, I said, have I read the document properly? And that was just 5 minutes. So if you had proper engagement and continuous engagement, everything we do would be very effective. And Bella here is very practical. She's doing a wonderful job. And people I think they should come and see what you're doing. Yeah, I think everybody should visit you. And there are a lot of people, like we have got a lady who runs a widows program and has got institutions basically in South Sakwa and Central Sakwa, where she's got a school, she's got a farm, everything is at the farm. The only problem is getting to where she's doing that now that it's raining. you can't really get there. But on her own, she worked on legislation for widows. And that legislation, we have looked at it, and we are just about to take it to the county assembly. That was somebody taking an initiative without waiting for us to do it. I hope that, again, when we call a meeting like this, we'll have the same numbers turning up, and never get tired sending your views all the time. Our doors are open. And we're going to have staff here. Some are already here. So you can leave any material that you want to come to our attention. But we are not looking back. I think we'll constantly be giving you a report card about the things that we have spoken about, together with the team that you've seen here. Otherwise, I don't want to take any longer than this. Asanteni sana, tuonane tena siku ingine, particularly when Otiende can bring the other Rarieda people. Asante. Somebody should come and conclude this meeting. Thank you.
Of the British High Commission, and Isabel Radoli from ACT. Acknowledged. Okay. In a cup of tea. Okay.
I've got apologies for the honourable member for Alego Songa. He had planned to be here, but he has had a trip to the US that required him to apply for visa and all that. But he's with us in every way. And then the county MP, the women rep, Dr. Christine Ombaka, although she also sent her apologies. The leadership of the county assembly, of course, they have an entry point when this document is now ready for submission to the county assembly. Shukran.
Thank you, Governor. I know we are now ahead of time, this being Nairobi, traffic issues and so on, so I'll spend maximum of 2.5 minutes to finish my part, which is basically saying a word of thank you to all of us. We are many. I would have gone through the way of mentioning all the names, but time can't allow, so I'll say it in form of groups or categories of people who have participated today to make the day a success. I want to thank the professionals from Siaya County for the input, for their valuable input into the proceedings of the day. And this includes the input from healthcare and medical practitioners, the input from the lawyers, the professors, the engineers, the industrialists, the CPAs, government officials, and the media and communication team in our midst. We appreciate all the input you have given us, and it will be used to improve the document. Governor, I want to mention that as I stand here and I see Professor Winnie Professor Lunga, Professor Adams. They were my colleagues at the University of Nairobi when I was a junior lecturer, and they were professors, and so I can't speak so much. I can't speak so much when they're here. And thank you, professors, for your input, for the support you are giving the great county of Siaya. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the political leadership, the senator in absentia, for taking his time. And we gave them very short notice, Governor. We appreciate the senator's input and attendance, the member of parliament for Arieda, and also our 2 MCAs from Siaya. I want to give special thanks to our partners, the British High Commission, through ACT, FCDO, and also Path International and AMREF. We appreciate their support, and as you have said, we are looking forward to continue working with them. I want to thank the Cidp Secretariat because they have toiled to develop this document up to where we are. They have spent time and a lot of energy. We appreciate the team under the guidance of the CEC for Finance for the work done so far. I also want to appreciate the governor's press team led by Ben Agina. They have done a lot of work in terms of coordination, invitations, and also the setup for this place together with the protocol office, where we have Madam Stella for the good job. But allow me to thank in a special way our governor for this initiative. As has been pointed out by most of the speakers, this is an initiative of its own kind, and it has given Siaya professionals opportunity to speak about the development agenda of their county. And as it has been said, we want you to consider this office here as an extension of governor's office in Siaya. When he's in Nairobi, he will be working as if he's in Siaya, because he has people to serve when he's here, and we are going to furnish the office, we are going to equip the office, and we are going to staff it so that it can discharge almost all the functions that you can get when you are in governor's office in Siaya. So finally, I want to thank, I may not mention everybody, I thank the members of the county executive for the support they have given this process, and you can see all of them are here because of the importance they attach to this particular process. Thank you, everybody, and also all the participants who came, even if I didn't mention your name or your group where you fall, feel appreciated. We also want to recognize and also thank Benedette for her input, and also Radul from the communication industry for taking time to come and be with us and also give valuable input. I think I will end at that point. Tunasema asanteni, and we consider you as a part of the Nyalore team, so anytime we're going to call you for other ideas, for other engagements. And Governor, I don't think Siaya we need to go out to look for consultants in different areas here and there, be it in engineering, in accounting matters, in health matters, because we have the human resource here. I know now you are looking for people who can do some work in Lake Kanyaboli to design how we can control that problem there. We have them here, and Miguena. So we will continue engaging with all of you in different areas to make Siaya great. Thank you very much. I'm reminded that there's a cup of tea. It has been a long afternoon, so you can have a cup of tea right over here before you leave. Thank you. I welcome Waziri Ben Umbolo, Bishop, now as a bishop, not CEC, to pray for us.
Okay, I'll pray. Let's stand. Father, I want to thank you. You tell us stomach that you made the stomach and it's for food. But you say that, Lord, you will destroy it at the end. But before you destroy it, we pray that you bless this tea, that it be nourishment to us. Father, we also remember the distillery. As Dr. Otinda Molo said, your first miracle was on that one. We shall not go further. We pray that in future we shall enjoy each other's presence. But above all, Lord, we want to thank you for the time we have had, for the good conversations we've had, that, Father, it may change the destiny of Siaya. So, Lord, we invite your presence, and above all, give us fellowship. Because, Father, if we are united together, you tell us if we speak with one voice, nothing will be impossible for us. So, Father, we pray that there will be transformation in Siaya because of this forum and future forums. In Jesus' name, amen. Enjoy your tea.